Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. A very warm welcome to the 6th edition of Smart Factory Summit organized by Manufacturing Today. Apologies for starting half an hour late. It's wonderful to see such an accomplished gathering of industry leaders, technology experts, technology innovators, manufacturing experts, and policymakers here in Chennai. We have around 8 brands in India, and manufacturing today being one of them, addressing the manufacturing sector. Now, we all know that manufacturing today is standing at a pivotal moment, and factories no more are defined by machines and factory lines. The factories are increasingly driven by data, intelligent automation, sustainable imperatives, and highly talented, skilled humans. So this is what we refer to as green transition, the simultaneous shift towards digital automation and sustainable manufacturing. So today, this summit is designed as a platform to explore how these two forces are reshaping the factory of the future. So throughout the day, we will be discussing the digital core powering next generation factories, the strategies to decarbonize manufacturing operations, the evolving relationship between people and intelligent machines, and the leadership decisions that are required to navigate this transformation. And most importantly, this summit is all about not just ideas, but real experiences, real challenges, and real solutions. Before we begin, I would like to sincerely thank all our panel members who are sharing their time. And they will be sharing their expertise and valuable perspectives, because our speakers bring insights and real world experiences and leaderships that shapes the depth and direction to whatever we are discussing here today. And equally, the presence of an audience who are thoughtful and engaging is what transforms the sessions into meaningful sessions of exchanges of ideas. So thank you and welcome once again. With that, I would like to call upon our chief guest of today's summit. Please join in welcoming Mr. Kumar Jain. He is the additional chief secretary and chairman and managing director of Tamil Nadu Industrial Investment Corporation, an IS officer of 1992 batch from Tamil Nadu cadre. Mr. Kumar Jain brings decades of administrative and policy leadership across sectors, including digital services, labor, and skill development. He's also into revenue administration and industrial development. Over the course of his distinguished career, he has held several important positions within the government of Tamil Nadu, including leaderships roles in the information technology and digital service department, labor welfare and skill development, and the Revenue and Disaster Management Department. As a chairman and managing director of TIC, he plays a key role in enabling industrial growth by supporting thousands of micro, small, and medium enterprises across Tamil Nadu. Today, with Tamil Nadu emerging as one of India's most dynamic manufacturing hubs, institutions like TIC continue to play a critical role in enabling entrepreneurship, financing industrial growth, and strengthening the manufacturing ecosystem. Ladies and gentlemen, please join me in welcoming Mr. Kumar Jain to deliver the inaugural address.
First of all, let me start with an apology for being the reason to be late. But in my explanation, the traffic was very, very heavy from Coimbatore side today. So anyway, let me congratulate ITP Media Group for bringing so many manufacturing stalwarts in one room and discussing about a topic which is gaining much more prominence and extremely important for all players in this sector day by day. It is not as if it is a trend which is slowly gaining. We have come to an inflection point where manufacturing is really at a crossroads. Whole factory floors without any human interaction is already a reality in many sectors in many countries, and very soon it is likely to come to India also. So the whole manufacturing sector has to keep adapting to new developments, keep its ears and eyes open all the time about whatever is happening wherever in the world. Because of the IT revolution in the last 2-3 decades, we are at a position where any new improvement or any new system or any new operating environment immediately gets translated. It doesn't take 5 years or a decade for the new initiative to percolate down the line. You would have seen what is happening in artificial intelligence. Every month there is a huge jump about in what a coder can do or what a general AI can do and how smart the answers of AI are. If you had an experience of AI being very stupid 6 months back, it is not the truth anymore. And it will be much more accelerated in the next 6 months. Same thing is with the manufacturing practices. So in that way, you have to be very alert about what new advancements are there. And if you combine huge data, AI and robotics, and all three combined will take you to directions where even the best thinkers cannot imagine today. We have had a lot of experience in technology sector of great thinkers being drastically wrong, which it starts with IBM when IBM was the king of industrial level machine and they invented PC, and in their think tank, in their top level, they said there may be a market of 5 to 10 PCs in the world. So they got left behind in the PC race, and then you see where it has landed up. When Bill Gates developed Windows and started selling, he thought that a megabyte of memory will be a greatest achievement in a computer. Because he grew up in an environment where Voyager and Pioneer were running with some kilobytes of memory, and they are still running today. But that time of optimization meant that it is a megabyte of memory is a huge improvement, and you have seen what has happened. The same thing, same inflection point is today in manufacturing. You can't imagine. Luckily, nobody predicts anymore about any certainties. The only certainty is that you will not recognize where you are leading. So in that way, today's deliberation is much more timely. You can hear to experts and you can share your experiences and be prepared for the future. The other point is energy, and with all the wars happening in the dangerous energy rich area and the critical transit area, you understand what the world has come to. Just one week war can bring multiple countries to its knees. You have seen news what is happening in India. Thailand is going to stop petrol bunks at 10 p.m. South Korea is putting a cap on petrol prices. They have never imagined that a free market like that will react. Japan will again come down. So, and we are much more vulnerable because today we import 85% of our petroleum. We have such a huge requirement that whatever we produce geographically, it is not possible to produce that much oil which we need. So India and China will be perennially dependent on imported oil, which is always at risk. So manufacturing, if you are entering, it is in your interest to be less responsive to the such type of shocks which may not be in our hand. So climate friendly renewable energy is not a choice or a jargon anymore. You have to be alert and ensure that a significant percent of your operations can be from renewable energy if possible. Luckily now, the 5-year-old debate about when the renewable energy or the solar energy will be viable has come to a solid conclusion that at today's prices it is viable. And slowly the battery storage systems have come, even at hundreds of megawatt ranges people are establishing. And I'm sure you should plan that within 4 to 5 year times, even at a small factory level, you will have viable battery storage, which will make sense to deploy with the solar cell or either captive or rooftop or whatever extra places you can contract out and store the energy to use it in the night time or the off time. So my request is that when you are planning anything new, all these aspects of battery storage, renewables can be part of your basic infrastructure design. So now, till now, we have all operated on the land, capital, labor. So you understand that if you are in Tamil Nadu, land will not be cheap, but you budget it for it because of geography and trade and human resources and something called sticky manpower. If you give a job, they will not go away. So you find Tamil Nadu attractive. You have mentally apportioned something that, okay, this is the land cost. You are in the sector, you very well know that what is your basic factory cost and what will be the manpower cost. In that, somewhere you have to budget for right at the start about this renewable energy, which you can treat it as a plant essentials. So if you run critical operation, a generator must have been always in your equation. Despite guarantee of power supply, you will keep a generator, you will keep some equipment, you will have safety equipment. The time has come where the renewable energy and battery storage you can plan right from the start. As you know, we have some very, very strong sectors, leading with automobile. Then we have small MSME oriented sectors like textile and leather, small machinery, even in renewables. And now we are having a lot of interest from the defense, aerospace and designing sector. We don't have geographical advantage and free land and water to enter into large scale chip manufacturing, but the chip design, advanced design, even pharma design have come in a big manner. So there is a lot of opportunity on these emerging sectors for the manufacturers to grow. You would have seen when we landed, I am from 92 batch, we landed in Tamil Nadu in 93 and 96. 93 to 96 we used to travel to Chennai frequently. Chennai was a small town with due respect at that time. In fact, in 1988 when we came for, I was a student in IIT BHU, at that time IT BHU, we had a trip to industrial trip which we designed. So we went to Bangalore and Mumbai. So we planned it like that from Banaras we will go to Bangalore and then we will go to Mumbai because Goa comes in between. So that was our trip, that these three places we will do. And believe it or not, the Chennai was just a trip to see the beach. You land by a train, keep the luggage in cloakroom, go to the beach, come back and take the next train. So in an electrical department in 1988-89, there was nothing in Chennai to see. Even we went to a factory in Goa, but we did not have anything or any idea about what to see in Chennai on an industrial trip. So that was the situation, and then it all changed around 95-96 when Hyundai came, it came onto the radar, and then you would have seen how much. It is not as if 96 or 94 there were no industries, but the energy was not there. Now that energy has come and you have seen automobile has grown in leaps and bounds. Across my different postings in industry, which started with TIDCO in 2007-8, I have been MSME secretary, I have been in LCOT, IT secretary and handloom secretary. So all of this I have realized that there is, I don't know if there is any textile manufacturer here because it is not based around in Chennai. What we lack is a real high level growth of textile. We are one of the leaders in textile, but we don't have a big company. Like if I ask any of you, do you name, can you name a really big textile chain in Chennai or Tamil Nadu? Even in Tirupur, which has a lot of entrepreneurial energy, they started with zero. They are so big, but not one company is able to go beyond that 100, 200, 300, 400 crore range. There's a lack of professionalism or lack of belief in giving professionals the control of a family farm. But I have realized personally that Tamil Nadu is very, very traditional. You grow up to a level and there are very few people who are able to just continue that growth beyond that level. You come to a mid-level and then you are not able to scale up. We don't have any grassing, we don't have Raymonds, we don't have well spun or anything in textile. So since I have been with textile, I have seen it in detail. I know So I am putting it out in the open here. There are lots of other sectors where the growth gets restricted. If you see all other companies, whether it is L&T, which was right from their non-owner based, or other companies in IT sector, whether it is Bill Gates with Microsoft or Narayan Murthy and Nandan Keni with all of them have moved out in their lifetime. Azim Premji doesn't run Wipro anymore. So they have all moved out, they had a lot of money, they become something called Margdarshak, a guide, advisor, and after a time they get totally out of that advising the business also. So they do something else. So that the young blood comes, you select and put. So that aptitude has to come in the locally owned Tamil Nadu business. You are not able to grow because you are not ready to give the control to the professionals and grow out of it. I am sure you know, if you put an IPO, make your company public, you are not going to lose financially because it will grow in much more leaps and bounds and you will have your financial independence for your next 2-3 generations. Why do you want to see beyond that? So this is one of the messages I wanted to give. If you are running a company, your thinking will be based on what genetic makeup is there. Like I can't have the digital thinking which my kids have because they have grown up with that. I have not grown up. I may take a lot of effort to understand how crucial the new technologies are. So it is always better to have a real faith on your selected professional management who can be given actual independence. If you can counter saying that in Reliance they have still the name and control, but believe me, whatever I have seen a few people, they actually give full management control. Very, very top level decisions are only taken that I will do this, okay, in this sector is okay. After that, the top owners don't get involved about what you are doing, whom you are contacting, where you are building, and where you are building they may decide, but after that everything is of the professional manager's decision. Same is in the other groups. In Tata's also they may decide at the trust level, but I have seen, I have been on board of Titan. So the persons who were in Titan at that time, Bhaskar Bhatt and then Harish Bhatt, they have all become industrial Titan. They are all professionals. They have nothing to do with the family member of that. But in Tata's, right from Tisco days, a professional manager becomes that sector controller. And that is how they grow, because an individual family or a group of people cannot have grown this, or either one person could not have grown Reliance to this level, whatever you attribute, because they give professional independence to them to go to the new technology through. So this is one of the unique points I wanted to mention here. All day you will be discussing about the detail and what is going to happen in industry, especially in manufacturing, due to all these improvements in technology. So be alert and have more faith on your professional managers so that they can deliver to your expectation and take it forward. Okay. With this, I again wish all the best for today and future business. We in TIC support the MSMEs up to the medium scale enterprise. So any of you who want support from funding, you can come to us. And most of the industries which get in touch with us remain with us because we are very, very proactive, because we only deal with smaller people. So we don't have that issue that our attention is on 100 crore loan and I will not give attention to 1 crore or 50 lakh loan. My attention at branch level is equally to the smaller loans also. So we help MSMEs at a stage where nobody else is able to help them. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Jain, for that wonderful speech. We are here in a state which is hosting India's first dark factory. So may I say more about the smart factory now, because we select Chennai as the location for such a conference because of these factors that Mr. Kumar had mentioned right now. May I call upon Mr. Rahul Sekwera, MD ITP Media, to felicitate Mr. Kumar Jain. Mr. Kumar, if you could please. Before we move on to the next segment, I would like to acknowledge the invaluable role our partners play in bringing conferences like this to life. Platforms such as Smart Factory Summits are only possible through collaboration and support of organizations that actively champion innovation, technology adoption, and knowledge sharing within manufacturing ecosystem. With that, we now move on to partner presentation. Please join me in welcoming Ganesh Jivnani, Managing Director and CEO of Matrix Concept, who will share their insights with us. Please welcome Ganesh Jivnani, who will share their perspective on enabling connected and securing manufacturing environments.
Morning, everyone. Thank you. We appreciate this opportunity of giving presentation about Smart Factory. My name is Ganesh Jivani. I come from a company called Matrix Concept. We are a company from Gujarat. We focus on building the access control, attendance, video surveillance solutions for manufacturing and many other industries. So today in manufacturing mainly we are talking about robotics, automation and all that. Today my purpose here is to add few more dimensions to what makes actually smart factory. So what are the realities in modern factories today? So in manufacturing, typically the people who are responsible for running manufacturing, how do they define success of manufacturing? So like, of course, the production, whatever is to be produced and delivered, the quantity, that is first and foremost, most important. The utilization of the infrastructure, machinery, and of course the workforce productivity is a measurement. Operational efficiency and cost, how much is cost incurred, and protection of assets, equipment, and of course safety of people and compliance. So this is how overall we can say that how manufacturing is measured or responsible for. And but with this wide responsibility, what are the challenges? So of course the first and foremost is about safety of people. So there, 1,000 the people die in shop floor every year in India. So human safety is a big concern, and because human safety is also a board issue, it's a very serious matter. And mainly it happens because of process failures, lack of monitoring, delayed detections and all that. Next operational challenge we have is the managing of workforce. So most of the manufacturing have contract workers, and between up to 40% we can say, and with that actually comes tracking of assets, safety, and incident accountability also becomes a critical point. The payroll, because large workforce work in manufacturing, and so attendance and payroll, 2 to 8% actually payroll leakages. This is a statistics actually published, and generally it happens because of buddy or proxy punching, inaccurate shift tracking timings, and sometimes contracts or contractors actually misreporting the people. And most of the factories also offer food or cafeteria facility. Again, this is similar challenges, close to anything between, if we assume 1,000 people factory, close to 25 lakh actually annual leakages in the food in various forms because of different reasons. The inventory, of course, is very important in factory with material and all that. So usually it is a industry standard that 1 to 2% inventory shrinkage happens. Out of this shrinkage, 1 to 2%, 30 to 40% is because of theft or misplacement or something. So, and these locations are typically the shop floors, warehouses, and scrap yards. So these are the realities of manufacturing, and why it is complex to manage. The scale of employees, movement and coordination across multiple, because factories have multiple gates, entry points, multiple locations, the across roads, streets and all that, the access to high value equipment and inventory, and the operations are also 24/7 and working on holidays and all that. So it makes actually manufacturing people's job more complex. Similarly, operational challenges, the manual fragmented attendance systems, difficulty of tracking people, safety and compliance gaps on the shop floors, and sometimes when incidents happen, there are delays in investigations and all that. So, yes, so now of course the data security is also become important in addition to this. So sometimes industrial espionage and data security also becomes a critical, and the fire and other industrial hazards add to the challenges. So now, on one side, the manufacturing people are responsible to deliver certain outcomes, and on the other side, I just painted a picture what are the challenges. So now I come to the next part where what are the technologies available to overcome these challenges, so that actually manufacturing, we are also a manufacturer, so how manufacturers can actually come true to what is expected from them. So two things are important. One is the modern technologies. AI powered video analytics and data analytics. When it comes to people, tracking people using biometric credentials, that actually improves accuracy, efficiency and all that. And the IoT to kind of for automation and safety and other things. And integrated platforms and the edge computing. In the past, actually, all the computing used to happen in the central server. Now, because of the AI and the edge AI, a lot of analytics and other decision making can happen on the edge. So that actually improves the speed and the response time. And the second thing which is useful is integration. So on one side, you have different types of technologies, and another thing, all technologies coming together on a single platform. So these two things, if you combine, then it's possible to actually overcome the challenges we just described in manufacturing. So single view of operations, faster response because everything is integrated, the reduced because things are integrated. We don't have to take data from one system and again put it to the other system and then analyze. So everything happens actually without manual intervention, and better intelligence because you get the aggregated view of overall data. So yes, so finally modern factories are definitely built on automation and robotics, but with that equally important are these following factors: security of assets, safety of people, productivity of manpower productivity, and strong operational control, and finally compliance. So as I said, like we are Matrix Comsec, we focus on building solutions which solve some of these challenges. So we actually have video surveillance solutions end to end. We also offer access control on the integrated platforms. These platforms are scalable, integrated, enterprise grade reliability with compliance and cybersecurity certified. So all the technologies that actually the solutions we build, the technology stack in our products. So we have AI-based face recognition, fingerprint, RFID cards, mobile credentials, QR codes. On video analytics, we have FR, ANPR, OD, OC, object detection classifications. And video surveillance stack, we have end-to-end all the products actually designed, manufactured by us, cameras, NVRs, servers, VMS. In access control, all the readers, controllers, panels, servers, mobile apps. And in attendance system, we have devices, servers, applications. So all these solutions, right from hardware to middleware to server and the applications, everything actually comes from single OEM. We design, we manufacture them. These products are also certified for BIS, STQC, TCC, FCC, UL, CIRA is for UAE. Enterprise integrations like they get also integrated with external systems like payroll, HRMS, ERP, BMS, PMS, other systems used by the enterprises. Yeah, so the solutions we offer. So web-based integration, parking management, centralized video management, integration with access control, vehicle tracking and parking, perimeter security, and on access control we have attendance, the access control, time attendance, visitor management, employee self-service, job processing costing, cafeteria management, field visit, people who go out in the field, how to track them, contract workers management. And we are also actually into telecom, where we offer unified IP telephony servers, endpoints like VoIP phones, media gateways, and those products. So Matrix, we are ourselves world-class manufacturing. All the manufacturing we do in-house, state-of-the-art infrastructure, matured robust processes, and stringent quality control, and we are also certified for ZDD. We are also PLI beneficiary for telecom. We have our own R&D, DSIR certified. All the products are designed completely by us, about 250-300 R&D engineers, right from PCB design, molds, dies, tools, circuit design, software, firmware, every line of code we write. So we have complete control. There is no technology dependence on anyone else. Some of the case studies where our products, this is in Middle East, by India, Sikla. These are some of our other customers where Matrix either telecom products or video surveillance or attendance or access control solutions are deployed. We have many large customers here in this Tamil Nadu region also. We are basically a product company focusing on designing and manufacturing, and we work through partners. We have very robust distributors and system integrators in Tamil Nadu. So if any of the manufacturers are interested, we have booths right behind us, and we are available throughout the day. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Jivani. So now we move on to our first panel discussion of the day. The theme of the discussion, we will be discussing two very crucial topics today. That is the future of manufacturing, a 2030 vision for the twin transition, and digital twin, the ultimate sandbox for the process optimization. So digital technologies are increasingly becoming operating systems of the modern factory. So from predictive analytics and digital twins to connected production systems, the digital core is redefining how decisions are made on the shop floor. To explore this, we have an excellent panel of leaders driving digital transformation across major industrial organizations. May I request the panel members to kindly come on the stage and take the seats as per their name displayed on the screen. Mr. Prabhu Venkatraman, General Manager and Head Digital ACG World. Captain Raghu Achat, Vice President IT, Tejo Engineering Limited. Mr. Praveen Rao, Head of Digital Manufacturing and Operations IT, Daimler Truck Innovation Center, India. Ajit Kole, Vice President and Global Head IT, Carborundum Universal Limited. Daniel Dharamraj, Head Corporate Sustainability, Management System and Corporation, Brakes India Limited. Vijay Shivaraman, the Chief Digital and Information Officer, Saint-Gobain Glass Business. And moderating this session is S. Satish, Partner and National Sector Leader, Industrial Manufacturing at KPMG. Satish, over to you.
Good morning, all of you. Welcome to this 6th Smart Factory Summit. A very, very important, relevant topic for manufacturing today, and we will go deeper in the panel. AI it's a good break. Normally people break coconuts, and we have glass broken, so it's a good start. It's a disruption, it's a new thing, it's an innovation we're actually doing. So AI is no more new, and AI and digital technology is no more new. It's been, in fact, whenever I speak about AI, people say it's been beaten to death. So it's no more new. Different companies are adopting different operating models for implementing AI and digital technologies. We did a survey with almost 1,400 CEOs across the globe, including 80 to 100 people from India. 96% of them have actually said the companies which adopt AI and digital technologies will gain competitive edge over others. Okay, something that's the level of I would say acceptance for AI and digital technologies in manufacturing. But in India, if you really look at it, only 20% of companies have really gone deeper in terms of adopting these technologies. There have been challenges, there have been learnings. So it's a very, very interesting phase for all of us to understand what exactly is going on in this, how companies have actually leveraged through these technologies, what are some of the challenges. Some of them have actually overcome it. So today I have a very, very intense practicing imminent panel, and which is actually going to talk about some of these aspects is what, and as a moderator I will actually try to extract as much as possible for the audience about this. We will start with Captain Raghu. Maybe if you could actually brief about the digital and AI journey your organizations are actually embarked on. Throw us and walk us through.
Right. So morning. Thank you very much for inviting us here. So the way I look at it is there are actually three broad phases to this whole thing. One is of course the problem identification and getting the acceptance to get things done. The second part is the actual planning for it, and the third one is the execution. Practical experience, I've noticed that the second and third one is pretty much the easier part. The actual challenge lies, I'm pretty sure most of them would agree here, is to identify the problem and get somebody to say, yes, there is a problem. Because we're actually talking about running companies, it's doing well, things are happening, you're getting orders, you're shipping stuff, and things are happening. So why break something which is already running? So getting that acceptance of identifying a problem and the problem acceptance is actually the bigger part. So that's pretty much been my life for the last 3-4 years, I would say. Getting that acceptance. And some of these projects, bigger ones, I would say, take 1.5 2 years to actually talk your way through, convince people. Sometimes numbers alone don't work. You got to do other things. So that's pretty much the journey that's been so far. I'm not specifically addressing the AI digital part of it. I'm talking about anything to do with in my part of the world.
Thanks, Captain. Praveen, I will come to you. You're in the auto business. The need to innovate more frequently changing customer expectations. What's been your journey for adopting this?
So good morning all, and it is a great pleasure to be here and along with his colleagues. So the automotive journey, it was started some time back where we talk about how we can digitalize data. Then also we started with the digitalizing the processes, and today it is mainly about how we can digitalize business. So with this journey, there is also strategy come in the picture about how the machines, what we have, how data will get generated, the architecture part of it, and once the data is getting generated, how do we want to use it? So that may be the first phase where automotive companies are going through. Today, it is mainly about looking at very quickly looking at those POCs, as you rightly mentioned about the problem statements, but then not figuring out what is that one problem I want to solve, but taking out, let's say, 10 problem statements, and then come to the closer where I have a business case, return on investment. Does it make sense for me when I am finding the solution, I'm able to get those returns, I'm able to get the business value? That calculation right now going on. And today we can look at it, there are 2 or 3 use cases in the space of logistics, in the space of quality. We have made a great progress where the AI technology is already being used, and we are making great progress in this direction.
Thank you, Praveen. That was a good start. Ajit, I'll come to you. You represent one of the leading groups, the state, the country as well. Paul, what's been your journey?
Yes, so journey is fantastic. So it started with first of all, formation of the strategy and the roadmap. Important aspect to better the overall investment and the long-term vision of the organization. So obviously it followed with the business strategy and then aligning the business with the IT and the digital strategy. In the digital space, when we talked about the as an organization, the important is about the top line and the bottom line, okay, or larger arena I'm talking about. So to meet that top line and the bottom line, and we have a certain vision or outcome strategies there. So to align that strategy, how the technology can become or the digital can become enabler, so that the execution can happen in a structured and disciplined way. That is important. So important is to have a strategy in the roadmap. Obviously, that is at a broader level. Then, of course, the use cases about each and every what problem we are trying to solve. That is the second, which generally comes at a very granular level. But it starts with the roadmap. Then, obviously, these are the technology aspect we are trying to see. But that important message also here is about building a digital culture. That's very important. So any transformation initiative with respect to digital is important to have a culture in place. So that also takes time, because being a legacy organization, it's not about this organization, but wherever I worked also past. Building the culture itself takes a lot of time. And then how to address that, what are the ingredients or the recipes that are required to make that culture happen. If you really ask me, there's a formula for the digital culture, the transformation is about the leadership intent, the data trust and adoption at a scale. It's a multiplication factor. If any of this is missing, you will not have the culture. Even though we deploy the technology also, it will not getting adapted or used. That is very, because that is the end point of what you really want to see as a part of any initiative what we do. Of course, there are use cases, multiple use cases are available with the digital or the AI we can talk about. AI is basically technology, but the core thing or the thread we are trying to have a data trust. That's important. The couple of work we already done into part of sales analytics, supply chain, quality aspect as such, production and the maintenance. So these are the use cases which are getting deployed, and we have a clear roadmap. Is what I'm trying to say, to build a digital culture and data trust.
Thanks, Ajit. It was a good one, and you touched upon a very, very important one for any kind of a transformation. It's important to have a very strong culture, to adopt anything. We'll come, we'll talk more about it. Maybe I'll pull you in, Prabhu. Okay, he touched upon use cases. Maybe if you can actually also give some interesting, innovative use cases where you actually deployed AI and other technologies. And what are the kind of results will you get?
It's an interesting question. Two-part question. First part very easy to answer. Second part tough. So thanks for having me here. Good morning, everyone. So when you look at use cases, I think the immediate reaction from everyone would be AI and digital and everything is in the fray right now. So a lot of people are jumping onto the bandwagon without even knowing what it has to offer. A lot of people start with solutions, and then they look for problems to use their solutions in. I think that's the wrong way to get in. You get these good use cases when you start, in the conventional way, starting grounds up, saying, okay, sitting with the business team, with the operations team in the plant, trying to understand what are their challenges, and then look at those challenges and come out with the use cases. So one such interesting use case that I could talk about is, what we call as the golden badge integrated inspection. So where we are trying to look at our business, ACG, is in the business of capsule production. So we manufacture about 180 billion capsules every year. So this is the hard shell empty capsules for in pharma world. So these capsules, although they may look very small, there are about 700 parameters that we will need to control during the production of these. So every one of these capsules, again, can come out with 37 different types of defects. So it's huge. Some of these defects are discernible to the naked eye. Some of these are not. Some of these are very, very fine. So you will need to make sure that these capsules are produced with the optimal energy, with optimal settings and the optimal quality. Plus, you also need to make sure that these defects don't exist. So we have deployed an integrated ML model, which tells us what should be the parameters that I need to use for a given set of batch parameters. For example, I am producing capsule of size 4 with this particular shade, because shade determines the viscosity of the solution and stuff like that. What should be my drying parameters and all that is determined by what is the batch that I need to produce and what should be the quality. So when the batch comes out, we also look at how can we inspect these capsules online using computer vision models. And there is these machines, every one of these lines turn out somewhere between 3,500 to 4,000 capsules every minute. So these need to be inspected in that same speed.
box bound with the defects given. So just giving the defects is a thing of the past. 2-3 years back, people used to. But now we need to go one step forward to see what can we do. Given that this is my defect, what can I do to recommend a particular setting or some fix that you need to put into the machine to make that defect go away. So those are the recommendations, again powered by the ML model that we have come out with. This is one interesting use case. I not give time of others.
Now, this is fantastic. You look at AI adopted for defect reduction is something which every manufacturing company should be actually looking at. It's one of the most common, and of course it was applied in the field of pharma. Yeah.
So Satish, I don't want to get away from the second part of the question, which is what is the advantage you do it, right? So while there is significant advantage, you are not going to see that right in the first year. There is some time that it needs, that these use cases need to take to stabilize, to make sure that people adopt it, and slowly you'll start seeing that advantage. In our case, we started seeing advantages about in the second year or third year, if it's a large integrated use case. There are low-hanging fruits which you'll start seeing advantages in a month or two, but such large integrated ones, it takes a good amount of time. We saw a reduction in defect rate to the extent of about 70%.
Fantastic. Great. So Vijay, over to you. You've been actually moving between organizations across sectors, driving digital transformation. Why don't we throw some interesting, innovative use case you have driven as a part of Hilton?
Sure. Thanks, Satish, for having me on the panel. Good morning. There are a couple of cases which are very interesting. I would actually talk about one where we as IT leaders are at the block where we put systems across, we assume things are working, but then one fine day you realize something breaks. I was in one such situation some time back where while the automation largely looks at control systems and various other systems, there are also critical lifeline systems for organizations like Weybridge and things like that. And there's a lot of automation that happens. Any vehicle that comes inside and goes out has to be capturing the weight. But one fine day, it happens so that the system that we had put there failed, and we were not sure what happened. But the issue generally, whenever it happens on the ground, is people do not report into you. Okay? Whenever there is a failure, there are certain systems that are available, but then the point of failure generally is not looked at so critically as part of reporting as well. So this was a very critical point that I thought should be solved in a very different way. So I actually looked at putting in voice-based systems there. While there could be a monitoring that would be available for making sure that a particular endpoint is live or not, in case if there is a failure, the system automatically would generate a call to the respective help desk, telling that something has failed. Are you aware? And the help desk guy actually comes back with a response, saying that this is something that I've noted. And it will also capture details of what is the mean time by which you think this will get rectified. It will record all of this information, and then this will get flashed immediately, to senior leaders like me. So I know what's actually happening. And then before even I get into control certain things, the system is so watchful that any issue that happens gets captured and immediately tracked. So this one use case, while it might be trivial, it actually came to me as a very big rescuer, and wherever I felt I need eyes to watch, I actually enabled such systems. The next point which I felt very crucial was in one of my assignments, we were actually doing aftermarket spares, and labeling those spares were very, very critical, and it was a huge manpower intensive task that was happening. And it happened so that the labels that were supposed to be fixed on the spare parts, if it gets changed, the part gets changed, the price gets changed, and there's a whole lot of confusion. Now, to get that right, we worked on a model which basically looked at computer vision systems. Okay? This basically is a model where the spare part that the person has, obviously size of the spare part also matters. So for the spare parts which are very sizable and cost intensive, the spare part would be shown to a camera. The camera then detects the object, and then it basically gives you an image, the barcode. And the barcode then gets affixed on the respective spares. So this is more of a visual identification use case, but it helped us to have something called the zero defect model, where we had a complete surety of what we are sending out to the customers. So the use cases that we are currently working on is now that silver prices are soaring up, mirror industry being one where usage of silver for coating is also becoming crucial. We are actually looking at a feedback-based ML model, which looks at the coating efficiencies across through the deposits that are going to happen, and we are using electric meters to see how much of electricity is used for the deposits that are going to be done. Based on that, the feedback is basically taken, and then we come up with an analytics to say how much of coating has happened, how even that coating is. And this is a continuous ML model that is currently being used to make sure that there is wastages are limited. At the same time, the efficiencies that we are bringing in terms of coating is to a highest level. These are some of the use cases that I thought.
What's the kind of percentage improvement if you had to quantify, Jay? Maybe from coating optimization, is there something you can give a number?
See, we just started it very recently, and I think it will be very nascent to inform the number of the percentage. We have just started the journey, okay? And we are seeing some results, but then it's not something that can be quantified at this point in time, but the journey has started.
Brilliant. Thanks for those use cases. Daniel, I'll come to you. You are different from all other panelists. Okay, all of them actually are talking about technology, and the theme for this session is the twin transformation. While all of us talked about the one side of transformation, you will be actually talking about the other side of the transformation, which is actually about sustainability and green, how it is actually transforming, and how you have leveraged some of these technologies in driving this kind of.
Morning. Thank you, Satish. So, just to introduce myself, I represent Breaks India. So, this was part of the TVS group, and all of you will be knowing about TVS group. And now the second generation, Mr. Santana, he is the founder of TSF group. So now Breaks India is part of TSF group, TS Santanam family group. And this group represents about 16,000 crores last year. And we have aggressive plans to improve the group performance to double. So this is what we are thinking about. And digitization and other sustainability things take a front seat with the management. And I would say to start the digital journey or whatever we are talking about, see, all of us know about how India has transformed through a digital way. And still I remember when I want to book a railway ticket to go to a place, I need to spend, it's a one-day project where I have to go to the central station, stand in a queue, endless queue, and it takes half a day. So that is how it was. And you know how we got benefited out of the computerization and digitalization. Today, just touch of a button, we are there, no issues at all. And this is how a 60-year-old company like Breaks India, we started in '62, and everything was in paper. And if we have to achieve a growth, what is anticipated and required by the market and the management, we need to improve on the digital front. Just few examples on what we have done. We used to do a manufacturing audit and environmental audit using a Excel sheet, and we spend one day, full day for audit. And the auditor makes a report. It takes one day to make the report. And the release of the report takes about 5 days. So that was the time we were discussing. And when we introduced about 5 years back audit software, where the auditors are given a tab and they will be able to see the shop floor, they can take pictures on the tab and write comments and annotate the picture, what they want to convey. So this is how it started, and he is supposed to complete before the end of the audit. And once approved, it is released on the same day. So almost we are talking about 70% improvement in the productivity on the audit side. This is one example. Similar thing we have done for work permit. See, most of us will be doing the work permit whenever we allow the people to do contractors, we give the work. So this was also digitized, And earlier that one paper was there, and the paper has to move from one place to another. The safety officer has to sign, the safety manager has to sign, the security has to fill it up. All these things are again digitalized. This is something we have started, and there are so many factors like today what the sustainability is demanding. See, all of us will be knowing, especially automotive companies, we need to compete. The tier 1 companies, there are a lot of OEM requirements on sustainability, which requires a digitalization. Like, for example, any data for that matter, if we start collecting a data, it becomes too much, then that becomes impossible, I would say. It will run for months to collect the data. Now we are trying to integrate with the SAP, where we can integrate the data and it comes to a software where the data comes from different manufacturing plants and it can be consolidated through a dashboard. So this is what we are we have done it. So this is the status today. But still the management, one target our MD has given is, I don't want to see any paper. So this is the paperless manufacturing. This is the target he has set. So smart factory is the only solution, I would say. So this is how we have started our journey on this. This is the status as of now.
Daniel, this is brilliant. You brought out an important point in data. Maybe Captain Raghu, I would want to actually bring you in to look at one of the key challenges I've seen, and which also came out in our global survey, was managing data. Data being present in different forms in different systems. It's not homogeneous. Somebody collects it more frequently in real-time basis. Maybe in a particular area it's collected once in an hour, and some it's once in a month. So it's even heterogeneous. So how did you overcome the data challenge when you embarked on this journey?
Right. On a broader scale, we are doing things at two different levels in this total journey per se. On one side, we all acknowledge the fact that AI, to be successful, or even digital transformation to be successful, you need a ton of data. You need a ton of data that is clean. You need a ton of data that is clean and correlated. When I say data, I'm not talking about structured data alone. I'm also talking about unstructured data, and not only something that can be pushed through a BI systems, but also the market intelligence or the MI that comes in. So it's a bundle that you have to look at. So that conversation is going on, and we're getting people to start working on those things. So parallelly, what we're also doing is to get the landing zone ready, which is, when I say landing zone, we are exploring a whole lot of models that are already available to see which model suits which potential use cases. We know the use cases. As IT guys, we've been doing things for a long time, so we know the potential use cases, so we're getting the landing zones also ready. One of the success areas we're making progress in both, and at some point in time, both these journeys will meet, should meet from point in time, only then the results will come out. One of the good use cases that we did, which actually came out of the blue, was we do a lot of value stream analysis, process stream mapping and value stream analysis. We used to do it on Excel. It was giving us a decent results. Then we sort of migrated to Power Automate and had a pretty good visualization tool that was there. It was giving us quite a lot of visual insights into what was happening. We said, okay, we got a ton of data log files that is available. Let's try and push it into a system, and what we get out of it. Brilliant output. It didn't happen in the first attempt. It took us about, I would say, an hour and a half, 2 hours to get not the prompt right, but to get the context engineering right. It's not about prompt engineering, it actually became a context engineering. So once we got the context engineering right, and then we wrote the right prompts, the output was brilliant. It could tell us product-wise, product stream-wise, salesperson-wise, equipment-wise, where exactly are we not adding value, where exactly are the loopbacks happening, where is the data entry problem. So actually was able to tell us that also. Because I was able to pass one transaction from him to him, and he is consistently coming back, which means I am at fault. I am not capturing the data that I need to, that's why he is getting it back to me. I mean, that was brilliant. It took us about an hour and a half, 2 hours to get our thinking right, because these things come naturally to human beings, right? But when looking at a large set of data, I think it's about 4.5, 5 lakh rows of data that we actually pushed in, and we got result. It was brilliant. So it's a matter of getting your data right, the context right, finding the right model, and then applying it and getting results out of it.
Thanks, Dr. Dhruv. Ajit, maybe coming to you, what's been your experience in managing data? What are some of the strategies you put out?
So for any digital transformation, data is the key, and then a simple definition of the digital transformation is a data transfer. Very simple. Because whatever you are doing in any digital technology is for data. Okay. So obviously the landscape wise and what I personally feel that you should have the enterprise kind of architecture on the data point of view, because any organization, the manufacturing setup, you already saw the ERPs are there, so the data quality, data sanity, master data, this becomes critical. Obviously, ERP becomes a core for your all data orchestration and then hygiene of the data. But at the same time, any manufacturing works with extended partners, extended ecosystem also. So there are ways and means to collect the data. So data collection at a source, plus data transfer and then data consolidation. So that becomes the data flow in any organization for that matter. We call this data in motion, data and all that. So I will not use that jargon, but in reality, that is anyhow happening. So if you have the enterprise architecture where the different enterprise systems are available, for the customer point of view, some CRMs are there, from the patching perspective, some optimization engines are there, from the vendor perspective, some solutions are there. So of course, the smart for the shop floor perspective, you have the real-time data feeds are happening. So if you have 5 or 6 enterprise applications which are available, okay, and then we have a data layer at the top of that. What I personally see, and this is my personal opinion on this particular subject, is about obviously the data and the analytics has been talked. We talk about data lakes, data warehouses, and data marts, all that. But from the user point of view, if you really see, if I'm a person responsible in the production systems, and then I have a production control, whatever required to do my job at the end of the day, it is available to make me to take my decision that is sufficient for me. I don't need a bigger data lakes or something like that. So architecture-wise, you have to plan very categorically, and whatever the new, I won't say it's a new application, but it was already available. But the new avatar which has come with the all AI and with the AI and ML, I will say. I don't want to use this word, but it was the processing power of the data which is already available with all the applications. So it is available. So and typically in any organization there is a hierarchy of the data at which level what you want to see, because every organization has a hierarchical organization. The sales organization want to see the data at the down and the data at the top. Okay. So if you really talk about the data, so these hierarchies are already available. There are solutions to address this. So there is no perfect solution to have a data lake or something like. Even though you are working on the multiple application, multiple data sources also. But at the management level, obviously you want to see a complete 360-degree view of the organization. So then this merging applications are important, and you need to have a clear hygiene data which is available for the effective decision making. That is important. So that is how you have to design your architecture and then go accordingly. That's what the point.
Perfect. Thanks, Ajit. Maybe Praveen, pulling you in. Digital transformation. It's important that only one organization cannot do, and you need to work with alliances, startups. So how have you been driving it within, Daimler or anywhere else? What we have seen? How people have done it?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. This is not the job of one organization that look into. So our place, what we look at is a strategic technology partner, and that's where we are talking about the data lake which comes from the equipment, and then on top of it there is an AI layer, and that's where you have to decide that what kind of technology I want to use in terms of cloud or in terms of the algorithm that I want to go for it. Then there is another layer comes about the business application part, and that's where we have the startups, where we are looking at the local entities who can provide us very quick solution on a very limited functionality. And then we get into the different algorithms where we talk about the scalability and enterprise solutions. So that is one way to look at it. Second, we also have the Academia Connect. That's also we look at what are those different problem statements we can bring it from the students. Generally what happens in a day in, day out, you tend to miss really the basic questions. And that's where we get a different perspective from those Academia Connect. We also have a labs in those colleges, especially in Bangalore, where we talk about once in let's say quarter. Generally we visit there, we look at the workshops, and get those problem statements, and then we try to look at how it is relevant for us. And third one also, we started connecting with the government organizations. We are looking at it, which are those areas where we can get contribute to our respective areas. So these are the three different directions right now we are into.
Thanks. I think touching on startups as well as academia is a very important thing which needs to be done. Maybe coming to Prabhu, what are the second impediments I've seen in driving this kind of a transformation as people? All of you agree with me saying that it's a transformation, it deals with change management because it's all people who need to adopt and drive this. So Prabhu, how you have seen this challenge and how you have been able to address it as an organization?
The people is the most important thing. In fact, all these solutions that we're doing, that's something that we tend to forget in the heat of things. We're doing all these solutions for people. We're getting paid, make sure that people are there in the factories working in. So there is a concept of lights out factory and things like that. That's going to come in the future. We'll figure it out. But I think what we will need to immediately worry about is how are people reacting to technologies like AI? There is a lot of myth around that whole concept. A lot of people still believe that it may make them go jobless. My opinion, again, we'll have to wait and watch how that pans out, but my opinion, I don't think so. We have seen several transformations before. This is a mega transformation, just nothing in scale compared to previous transformations that we have seen. I agree with that. But I think even in this transformation, what is going to change is the profile or the role of the person who is doing the job. It's not the job reduction. So for example, if there is a person, I'll take coding as an example. So right now a lot of people are doing code, right? Now with AI agents and vibe coding and all these concepts coming in, slowly a lot of people are adopting to using them to do the code. 70%, 80%, in my organization at least 70-80% of code is still vibe coded. Yeah. So, but that doesn't mean I'm going to take off developers. I'm going to do more with those developers, that's number one. Yeah. Number two, I think how the developers react to that. You are not going to be doing coding anymore. Even a junior developer is going to perform the role of reviewing code from AI. It's not that the AI is not so advanced and it will never be advanced enough to not need human intervention ever. You are going to have human intervention. So how do I get to the next level to say I'm going to be the reviewer of AI code and I'm going to have my own army of people doing work for me, and how do I get more out of less? I think that's where things are going to be. That is one important people element that we will need to solve. And when we come out with these solutions, I think it's very important to sit with people and then design the solutions with them. It can never be top-down, right? So what can be top-down is the push to say, I'm going to be technologically transforming myself. But the use case, how do you want to use the use case and all that needs to be bottom-up, it cannot be top-down. Sit with people and try to understand what their challenges are. Unless there is something in it for them, they're not going to cooperate with you and you're not going to be successful in rolling out these solutions. So figure out what's in it for everyone that's going to be involved, for every stakeholder. As long as you have something in it for them, I think things will fall into place.
Brilliant perspective. AI will definitely help in giving value-added roles to people. It's not going to replace, is one of the important ones. And then, what is in it for me? Engage people are the two takeaways I see from it. Vijay, you've been seeing this transformation across organizations. What do you see as the leadership role in driving this kind of a transformation, and what kind of operating models for diffusing AI you have seen now?
When it comes to transformation with AI, 80% of work is technical. 20% of work is more from making people aware of what we are trying to do. If the teams that we are working with do not know the depth or understand what kind of technologies are in play, probably the level of contribution that happens from them is something that actually limits their thinking process. So what we basically have done at our end is, we have had workshops with all the teams, arrived at use cases, which are broken down across manufacturing, supply chain, and all of that. And we have arrived at a proper value stream mapping of saying, what is the benefit that each of these use cases are going to be bringing in, and what is the kind of investment that is needed, and we actually make the person who's creating the use case as the champion for that entire exercise. So when we do that, there is a complete ownership that happens. In fact, the follow-ups basically happen from them rather than we going and following up with them saying, where are we and how are we. That is one part of what we are trying to do. The other part of what we are trying to do is, we are also trying to provide access to all the users. If there is a finance team, we identify champions in the finance team, saying that there are one or two of them that can be picked up. Same goes to the factories and all the other locations. So these champions, work with the teams internally, arrive at use cases, and then they try to come up with some changes or improvements that they're doing. Some of the use cases that they themselves tried and brought it out in the open, from teams like finance were really nice, to see. Probably, that is the power of engaging with people at every functional level. So one of the use cases that came was, a guy was in the internal control team, and he really wanted to make sure that the documents that are coming back and forth, had to be properly analyzed, and feedback or a commentary had to be given. And he used Copilot agent in a very brilliant manner, and got the commentary done, and the entire document review actually was done through an agent. And these are use cases that the users themselves are driving. So in a way, for me, what is basically happening is the organization is charged up. Whomever I am talking to, whomever I am seeing to, is talking more on AI. And for me to push it forward is a journey that is going on.
Thank you. Thank you. That is in perspective. Prabhu, maybe coming back to you for one more question. While AI is a strong power multiplier, there are a lot of ethical considerations with AI. Okay, how do you actually make it more responsible? What are some of the guidelines and SOPs you have seen getting driven in organizations while adopting AI?
I think this is an emerging field. There can be no right or wrong, there can only be opinions. Right? So, and I'll share my opinion here. I think I've been going with one phrase in my mind. Work with people so they can work with AI to amplify the output. That's my phrase. Right? So break this down. When you say work with people, we addressed it and we spoke about it in the previous question where we said, how do I tell them what's in it for them? And how do they adopt technology and things like that. So the idea of work with AI is, I think, we also need to educate people to tell them that AI is not a competition for them. What's actually a competition for them is their own self that uses AI in the virtual world. So they need to compete with themselves without AI, with them using AI. I think that's the competition. So if you don't use AI, there's someone else who's going to be using AI who's going to be your competition. Your competition is still the person who's adopting AI, not AI. So I think that is something that you will need to drive into their minds to say how AI could be an enabler, not a competition for them. And for that, you will need to do a lot of gamification and things like that. So what we have done in our organization is, we have started with basic steps, saying, okay, I have a golden badge system, for example. So if I need to use a golden badge system, I need to first log into that system and see what I need to do to look at the predictions and all that. So for logging in the first few days, we used to give them points for logging in. You log in, you get 5 points or 10 points or whatever it is, and you finally end up scoring so many points so you can redeem or whatever. Then we slowly graduated to the phase where we said, okay, no points for login, but we are going to have points for looking at the predictions and making sure if they're okay. And then we graduated to the phase where we said, now apply the predictions. You are going to get awarded only if you apply the predictions. So slowly you make it a habit for them, and without them knowing, they get into this and they understand that AI is an enabler and it's not something that would be used against them. Right? So I think that is one consideration that you have to look at. The last part is to amplify the output. The contrary to that is whatever output that you produce gets amplified. If it's positive, positive amplification. If it's negative, negatively amplified. So I recently happened to come across an article from one of the very well-known founders, an Indian founder who has founded a company in the US. And he had put an article, put a small message in Twitter saying his AI agent has wreaked havoc on his systems, and it had actually there were I think there were some terraforming that he had done, and all databases were terraformed and lost all 2.5 years worth of data and backup and all that. So he was advocating against AI systems and using AI in a cautious manner. How I would rather look at this, it is your fault, and AI is just amplifying your fault. you made the wrong decision of saying, I will give AI the ability to terraform and I will give it the permission to terraform the data without asking me. Yeah. So that's a wrong decision. If you take a wrong decision, that gets amplified. So earlier, your wrong decision could have deleted a month's worth of data. Now it deletes an organization's worth of data. So I think the output gets amplified. You have to make sure that you set positive guardrails. Make sure that there are some basic things that you've done. Whereas when you talk about agents, we are trying to put a framework where we are saying agents will only call APIs. They will not do anything by themselves. So these APIs are limited, and I do APIs only for certain things. And as long as they call only those APIs, nothing bad is going to happen. So restrict that in that way.
Thank you. Thanks. Daniel, coming to you, the panel will not be complete if I don't ask, given the geopolitical situations in the West Asia war, which is actually happening, one, what should Indian manufacturing do? And how can they leverage AI to use it as a power against what's happening outside?
Yeah, that's a good question. And all of us are, today I had a doubt whether we will have lunch today in the hotel. So that is the situation today on the energy. So I was just wondering, the Hormuz Canal, which is 21 miles long, it is restricting 50% of the world's oil supplies. That is the situation today. So we are depending on the one particular country for the 50% of oil requirements. That is the reality today. Oh, what should we do? So self-sustenance is something we need to keep in mind. So renewable energy, for example, we consume about 30,000 megawatts a month. So 70% is renewable, what we use. This is purchased from solar, wind, like that. So that is the situation, and we need to go for further things. So if we are energy dependent, then nothing like that. For example, some 15 years back, we had a power issue, electricity issue, where there was no renewable energy at that point of time. So people used to say gas is there, so even there is no electricity, I can cook food and eat. Today it is becoming ulta. See, there is no gas, today we have electricity, so we can use the induction stove. So that is the situation which is getting changed. So please see digitization and AI as a productivity improvement tool and energy reduction and overall sustenance of our operations. This is how we need to think.
That's brilliant. We are coming to the last 2 minutes. Maybe a quick rapid fire. If there are so many CEOs, promoters, practitioners in the audience, so if you have to give one word, one advice to them to start AI, or from your experience, what would that be? I'll start with Vijay. One word, one sentence only.
One word, one sentence would be have a clear use case and make sure that whatever use case is being worked, the data needs to be clean. That would be my one.
Thank you. Captain
AI is not a solution for everything. It's not a paracetamol that you can use or a dolo that you can use. The problems could be with people, the behavior, culture, and technology and process, of course, because if it's a broken process, it's a broken process. AI cannot help you with that. And the last thing is, of course, technology. So please identify where actually the problem lies and apply the right fix. If it's a people problem, you try and do technology, it's not going to solve it, it's only going to make it worse.
Thank you. Praveen.
So my advice would be look at the real problem and then let technology pull that solution.
I think 2 sentences. So one is you look at AI as something that amplifies. So you get better for AI to get better. So you need to continuously look at how you can get better.
Thank you.
Clear roadmap, data at base, security, and digital culture.
Super.
Yeah, already I told. So sustenance and sustainability is the key, which encompasses everything in the world. So be prepared for that.
So this is I think we are coming to the end of the panel. This is a topic which one can actually speak the entire day. There are many topics which I had written but couldn't actually cover given paucity of time. Maybe I have 24 seconds available. Any of the audience would want to ask a question to any of the panelists, you may name the panelist and then ask the question. Yes, sir, please. Anyone? Yeah, please.
I think it's not a question of whether agentic AI can add value, when can it add value? I would say that's the question. Whether we want it or not, agentic AI is going to take over a lot of things that we are going to do. I think it would start with the peripherals of manufacturing, like your finance, your supply chain, your marketing, and all of these things is where agentic AI would find immediate takers. And it would, these are not things that would disturb the business right on the first day. So I think these are things that would take up first. And in the shop floor, probably in a year's time, 2 years' time from now, I think some companies will definitely start adopting agentic AI to look at if there is a problem, a known problem to the machine, how to triage the problem, and how to fix the problem by itself. I think those are some certain things that would come.
Thank you. Any other questions? Yes, sir. You may introduce yourself and ask the question to the panelists. If you want a name of panelist, you can name it.
I'm Manigan from manufacturing. I don't know whom to be placed for this question. I'm just opening up. For manufacturing, data collection and optimizing the resources, well aware people can use the AI, all your inputs are very valuable. For innovative solutions, finding a problem and going for a solving mode, or even for R&D, how much role the AI could play and what level of amplification you will be able to expect from this AI and digital tools.
Yeah.
Yeah, so the R&D and a new product introduction is also a critical area for any manufacturing organization. Obviously, there are solutions are in place as such to address your R&D cycle also. At the end of the day, end objective of the R&D cycle suppose if it takes 3 years to launch a product, so can I launch a product with respect to the technology in a shorter time, a year or so, so that gives a clear ROI. So obviously it requires a lot of data in that place, okay, and either you talk about, and once the data is there, see, let us understand the one basic philosophy of AI is just technology, it always works on data. It starts with data, it turns the data, it throws out the data, at the end of the day, that's the basis. So in R&D also, if you have a recipe, if you have a bill of material or whatever we are talking about, and then a lot of historical data is available with respect to the availability of the data real time when you want it, because it reduces a lot of your search, because many times it's not a totally scratch idea you are trying to do, because R&D also has a stage gate process and everything. Yes, solutions are there, and there, with respect to the AI technologies, there opportunities are available to expedite the process itself, of R&D process itself. Even do you do the lab analysis or LIMS or whatever you talk about, in variety of which organization we are working as such. So yes, potential is there, and there are use cases to solve that particular innovation problem also with respect to the AI. Yeah.
Thank you. Any other last question? Yeah, maybe one and then we'll close it. Yes, sir, please.
Well, I have one question. This AI nowadays, the usage is getting increased, and there are a lot of positive sides are there. So at the same time, we also foresee some risk of the basic creativity of the human is also getting a little bit reduced, because everything, immediately we go to ChatGPT, immediately we try to find something. So I would like to throw the question like, what is the risk we see in terms of our manufacturing shop floor team members, in terms of going into the AI, what is any other risk we see in terms of losing their creativity, or how to overcome that?
I don't see it is hampering or hindering your creativity. I personally see it is assisting your thinking. Because any human basically, if you talk about, has certain limited dimension about thinking. But if the respect to data in and around is available with respect even to talk about ChatGPT or something, you can use as your thinking partner, what I personally feel. So this can happen in any use case you take about, because a lot of information is available which is provided you in a structured format. You have a certain idea or something like that, but it has to be supported with data. So that is the opportunity I see in particular cases. That's why in our organization we are not putting as we are calling as a thinking partner. Because most of the time you just work in the silos and you have a limited ideas or something, but if the whole universe is available for you as a part of a structured data I'm talking about, because it requires the structured queries to be said to get the output about that. So if it is, we call it as a thinking partner rather than, so it really helps in design thinking, what I personally feel.
Thank you. Yeah. And this, and then we can close it. Yeah, please go ahead.
Thank you. I am Nageswaran from Copo Standard. We are in automobile industry. So currently we are already in digitalization and we are started with AI now. And to start with, how many team members is required? We have multiple business case and we have so many things to do AI. So to start with, how many people we require and what are the roles we need to start with? Is the AI engineer is required or ML engineer is required? What is the size?
So, I would suggest that rather focusing on the number of people, look at if it is the first time you are trying to do that, look at what is the use case that you are trying to solve. And depending on that situation, you really have to figure it out. What is the quantum of work and then training part. And I would suggest that anything between the 5 to 7 people, very small use case, if you are trying to do this, is good enough to start.
Thank you. And one more question, sorry. There are a lot of investments we need to put in, right? So to find the right tool and we need to use the tokens. And in India still we have a very low labor cost. And if you compare that, if you implement the AI in India, is that useful? Because when you compare the using of 10 people in that particular quality department, and if you replace that 10, not replace, if you are improving the quality system with the AI, and if you see the AI cost and the people of 10 is very less, maybe 1/3 of people can have that and resolve the solution and give the solution for the problem. And the same thing which AI is taking a 3 times higher price and resource utilization, a lot of things happening. So it is useful to have a AI there or it is useful to have people over there?
It is all about the business case that one has to make it and then take a decision. I also can do the example of digital twin. Digital twin is a very fancy word. You can do the digital twin for whole factory, but then what is the outcome, you will get it. I'm not sure about it. Rather, you can focus on the critical stations and then get that solution out. That's where the ROI will come.
Thank you.
Sort of add to that, can I just add to that? So if you, one thing which all of us need to understand is if you take a cost-led approach, to say that AI is going to cost me 100 rupees, I put 2 people, is going to cost me 25 rupees, you're starting out on the wrong foot. Look at it from a value perspective. What is the value that it will deliver? Will it improve your productivity? Will it improve your shipping times? Will it improve your, or reduce your inventory carrying cost? That is the business case that you're going to arrive at. If you take a cost-led approach, you will not get anywhere.
Thank you. Yeah. Your question and we, yeah, thank you. Now you'll discuss during break. Please, yeah, all the panelists will be available. Yes.
Hi, this is Aditya. Am I audible?
You're a little bit more louder.
Yeah. So this is Aditya from ECG. So we have been talking about sustainability and the panel also we heard about it. But I see a paradox here that talk about sustainability. But right now, if you see, AI itself consumes a lot of energy. We see data centers being constructed and billions of water will, gallons of water will be required every day there. So how are we going to tackle this? And then if we say that we keep talking about sustainability, I don't think it actually makes any sense there.
Answer.
Yeah. I think what you indicated is the energy consumption by the AI, am I right? So I think depends on the output, what you gain out of it. My opinion is that it's not that much. The benefit what you get out of it, depending on the requirement, it won't be that much. And also you have an energy which is renewable. So anyway you are able to produce it and make yourself sustainable. And productivity improves. So overall the benefit is there. That is there.
Thank you. That's a but I should definitely appreciate this brilliant question. Okay, there's a lot of, it's like any other technology which comes in, of course, has a lot of energy consumption. This is the power which is available to us. The benefits of the power which is actually available to us are phenomenal. Yes, it also from a sustainability angle, it adds more energy, consumes more energy, but once again, it's not the end of it. You also see the other side of it. There's a lot of focus on semiconductors, and innovation is actually happening there, which eventually will help in reducing energy consumption eventually to good sustainability. But it's a brilliant question. I think, of course, I saw more hands. I request them to actually discuss with them during the break. Thank you for all of you. It was a brilliant panel, to look at it. And I think, as I said, the entire day is not sufficient to get more from each of your experience. Thank you, all of you, each of you, and thank you, Manufacturing Today, for the opportunity.
Thank you, Satish. Thank you, panel members. It was really brilliant, and really thank you for your time and insights. Thank you. One of the points that Prabhu had mentioned is about people and technology. So I have a concern there. We have had industry revolutions across the time, right from industry 1.0 to 4.0. All the time there has been reskilling of people. But current crop, that is the AI part, that is a little different from all the industry developments that have happened. Your people are agnostic right now. So that is something that we need to think about, and that is something that we need to talk more about, how industry is going to develop the skills on par with AI. And let's not give only the, let's not just talk about only AI doing the work, but also how people can be reskilled on that, so that more and more people are, getting into the work stream. Because the current crop of engineers, or as you know, the ChatGPT, the recent one, 70% of the code was written by ChatGPT itself. So where will the coders go? So that's something that we need to talk about. Just after saying that, I will now request Dr. Tej Pochiraju, founder and CEO of IoT Ready, to take the stage. Dr. Pochiraju will be presenting on the topic, Bridge the Operations ERP Gap. In this section, we will explore how manufacturers can better connect shop floor operations with enterprise systems to improve visibility, efficiency, and decision making. Over to you, Dr. Pochiraju.
Thank you. Well, I'll start off by thanking the previous panel for setting the stage for me, because they were talking about the ERPs and the data, etc. and so on, and I think we couldn't have had a better set of people to actually sell our services. What do we do? So I could say ERPs repeat the lies we tell them. I could say AIs repeat the lies we tell them. That the fact remains the same, which is essentially that your systems that you build, the decisions you take are only as good as the data that actually is captured from your operations. So what do? We bridge the operations to ERP gap. We are the middleware that sits between your shop floors and your ERPs. Right? We are a 7-year-old organization based in Bangalore. Today we are in about 1,500 odd locations around the country. 0.3% of India's GDP runs through our systems. We are used by the largest aluminium company in the country, the largest pharma company in the country, the largest e-commerce in the country, the largest grocer in the country. And all of them come to us because they all realize that their ERPs are broken, right? So when they look at their annual audits, our biggest buyers are CFOs. CFOs look at the audits. Audits, are generally speaking bullshit, because they're showing that there's a huge gap between what the books are saying and what's true on the shop floor. They come to us and we help them bridge that gap. And the reason for this is, and I'm preaching to the choir here because every one of you knows this problem. Every one of you is facing this problem. Right? Data entry is manual. Data entry happens much later than the action. You send something out, you enter it later. Humans are entering the data. You make mistakes. Unfortunately, this does get accumulated over time, and then you have nice little dashboards. Everyone's using Power BI. Power BI has great dashboards. The data is also nonsense over there. So as a result, even the dashboards are lying. So when we started the organization, we went and spoke to a bunch of different people in this space. As a background, my background is traceability. I did my PhD in RFID in 2006. RFID is a technology from 1998, right? So the future has always been here. It's just unevenly distributed, as they say. Right? And by the way, the people who invented RFID or pushed for RFID were Walmart. And only of last year did Walmart start mandating RFID in all of their vendors. Right? So it took creators of RFID 28 years to actually mandate usage of RFID. I used to hold the patent for the world's smallest RFID tag, which I sold to a Swiss company in 2014. Which is all a long-winded way of saying that essentially, the technology we're talking about today has actually been there, and we're now starting to see some adoption. And the reason we're starting to see some adoption is because people are realizing that there's a problem, right? So the framework that the previous panelists were talking about, need, idea, technology, focus on the need, right? What is the need? That's where people are starting to wake up and say, oh, yeah, we have a challenge here, and that's where we come, right? If they didn't have a problem, we wouldn't exist. So when we spoke to our companies with a original set of customers that we went out to, they all highlighted asset tracking, inventory, and work in progress tracking as the key areas where they have a lot of challenges. So we've spent the ensuing 7 years solving these problems. Right? So what you see on this, we've all seen this, so I won't belabor the point. But basically the gap between what someone at the desk is seeing and what someone walking the shop floor is seeing. Right? That's the gap. The solution is relatively simple, right? Capture data at the point of action. Again, someone else brought up that point earlier in the previous panel as well. You capture the data as soon as it happens. This is what we do. Don't make people fill out a paper form that then goes to someone at a desk, who then opens up SAP, wastes 5 minutes and enters the data into SAP. Capture it as soon as something happens. So, forget about us, forget about IoT ready, etc. My message to any audience that I speak to is that you already probably have some tools that you're using to solve this thing, and if they're working for you, more power to you, right? And you don't need us. It's only when you reach a certain size and scale, and when you're not able to surmount those problems, is when vendors like us even become relevant. Right? There are 3 slides which talk about how you can do simple things to help you identify the problem and possibly even solve it, because the knowledge exists within your organization already. So for asset tracking, the simplest thing that you can do is to be able to, stop using logbooks and try and see if you can go to some kind of digital tool to be able to scan assets as they move in and out. The reason logbooks is because, it's as simple as a logbook name will run. You can't find the logbook, so I'll just send a message out and I'll make a note, I'll enter into the data later, right? Some of the best companies in the country, Caterpillar, etc., have this problem, right? So it's not just you, it's every big company in the country. As soon as you put a material in a particular location, tag it, record it in your ERP, right? SAP may not allow you to do it, great, figure out a different way to, do it while the person is on the move, not at a desk. Anomalies, so things like anomalies, you can define anomalies multiple ways, but in asset maintenance, there could be predictive maintenance, it could be vibrations that are going out of sync or temperatures that are going out of sync, etc. Action it immediately or tag it immediately. Notify the people who are responsible for it immediately. If you can do these 2 or 3 small things, you already have a reasonable asset tracking system. I would recommend doing a spot check of your high value assets. This is just, hey, if you can assign someone to do this, you'll be able to quantify the size of the problem, how big the problem is. You do about 10% of your assets and see how big the distance is. Ghost assets are another big problem. We didn't think it was a serious thing, but when we went out in the shop floors, we realized it's a serious problem. Assets were bought 10 years ago, they're still in the books, but they're nowhere to be seen. Right? Or even, actually, it could be last year. Right? So if you can identify some of these things, you can quantify it. That quantification helps actually put obviously the case in front of management and get justification of budgets as well. So that's another reason we recommend doing it. For inventory, you have 3 phases in inventory, right? So you have the receiving, you have the processing, you have the outbound, right? What we notice is during GRN, people trust the data that's given to them by their vendors is verified, right? You have bulk payment happening at the weighbridge level. Can you do pallet level payment? If that's possible, get that data. You will immediately see at 0.51% discrepancy. We're working with Sterlite Copper, one of the largest copper plants in the country. Vedanta Aluminium, one of the largest aluminum plant in the country. And they have serious discrepancies in their GRN data, right? They wouldn't mind me saying this because we have things to solve this. So capture the data at the GRN level, capture the data if you can at the product processing level as well. So when you're picking it from stores, issuing it, see if you can capture actual data. And then obviously it comes to the FGS. Here, pick the top 20 SKUs, look at your ERP, just do a quick cycle count and see cycle count of perpetual inventory and see where the discrepancy is. A lot of companies that we work with tend to do quarterly audits or perpetual inventory. We recommend doing at least batch-wise, daily or weekly perpetual. Work in progress, I think almost every process-driven industry has multiple sequences. We're working with, let's say, Ashok Leyland right now, Sun Pharma, a bunch of different, Alan Beck, a bunch of different companies, which have multiple sequences in process. And common challenges, things are supposed to go through 1, 2, 3, 4, skips 3, goes straight to 4, but doesn't get caught until it gets to QC, right? So talking has not happened at station 3 because the guy was not there, or he was too busy with the previous one, whatever the reason. If you can enforce some level of scan-based or otherwise, sequence tracking, a lot of work in progress challenges become solved right at that point. Because if you can scan it at each station, you know where it was scanned, so you know your productivity data, you know which operator, you know the bottlenecks. It just comes from a simple scan at that station. Simple ways to start: attach a QR code to your work in progress materials if that's possible, or if you have embossed IDs, then use a camera phone or just a camera phone to be able to scan it. Do it manually if required. You will actually see the discrepancies. Do it on a line where you do it manually. Don't do it on a line. You have a contrast study over it. Or you could just come to us, right? So this is literally what we built. So all of these kind of workflows, pre-built for you, customizable for you, is IoT ready. We have a platform called Operations-Based Utility Platform, whose only purpose is to sit between your operations and your ERP, capture this data as it comes in. We give you IoT tools, as the name suggests. We give you mobile apps. We work with the operator. We give them real-time feedback based on your specific SOPs. We validate in real time. Less than 300 milliseconds later, they have feedback, right where they're working. We do this for 5 million plus assets in 1,500 plus locations, 50 million plus transactions every single day. As I said, the largest e-commerce, the largest pharma, the largest aluminum, the largest grocer. Everyone is one of our customers. And we work real time. We work 24/7 because if our systems stop, their warehouses stop. The biggest reason is our systems are designed to be deployed and iterated upon as your processes evolve. We are a full-fledged, full-stack solution, which means that we manufacture the hardware, it's our software platform, it's our solutions team. We work alongside you to help you go live in days, right? And we don't charge for pilots, we don't charge for go live. We charge you once you're actually seeing value from the system. Right? So we've also innovated on the business model side. In terms of case studies, as I mentioned, a few of them already, but at a high level, Vedanta uses us across their aluminum and copper. Now soon their power, soon their gold as well. BigBasket, about 70% of the e-commerce and quick commerce market is already ours. So BigBasket, Zomato, Flipkart, Swiggy are all customers of ours. So all your big movements happen through our systems. Starbucks soon, KPN soon. Right? So all of these are customers. Code AC is an anomaly in the sense that we have a couple of relatively small customers. They're a snacks brand. They make lovely Imli pops. If anyone's for a tangy treat, they do their entire RM2FG plus their work in progress and process monitoring with us. So this is the story, right? So instead of selling the story to your, or making excuses for that, everyone needs to acknowledge that, hey, yeah, these things happen, and these things happen because Your processes are now just in time, but your systems are not. Right? SAP is not a just in time tool. SAP is a fantastic tool, but it's not a just in time. Right? It's not a real time tool. You need real time tools because your operations are real time. So whether it's us, someone else, it doesn't really matter. You know, instead of assigning blame, you help the staff with the right tools. Can I get the video, please? This is a 30-second video. I won't take too much of your time. I know I'm between you and your coffee right now. So I'll just do this. This is a video at the Basket Collection Center. Can you mute it, please? What you see here, I'll wait for the video to finish and then. Okay, so here the asset is the crate. We're tracking the crate with a QR code. We're weighing it as it comes in. The farmer drops in the material into the crate. We weigh it, we capture the weight. The green light over there is the feedback for the operator. In about 300 milliseconds, we identify the crate, we weigh the crate, we verify that the crate has a quantity that's expected for that particular SKU. The vendor is qualified to deliver to that particular warehouse. We have the 5W2 which answers all of that. In 300 milliseconds, we give the feedback to the operator. Operator decides, should I accept this crate, should I correct it, should I reject it, right? And moves on. At this point, GRN is automated, traceability end-to-end is automated. You as a consumer, when you get your products, Big Basket can give you a QR code, which they're about to start doing, which tells you where which farmer it came from. Right? So this reduces pilferage. The pilferage used to be upwards about 3%. It came down to around 0.5%. Wastage, also just pilferage. Right? But pilferage was a very large number as well. It ensures they have real-time traceability or visibility into their inventory, and obviously ensures quality. So this is the sort of tools that we build. So real-time, on the floor, bridging the gap between operations and the app. I would love to talk to any of you if you have any questions. Okay. Thank you, and have a lovely day. Yeah. Here.
I'd like to call upon our next presenter. I'd like to invite Kaushik Kumar, Senior Sales Manager from Dassault Systems, to take the stage. With extensive experience in digital manufacturing and operations solution, he will share insights into how advanced digital platforms are helping manufacturers drive efficiency and operational excellence. Kaushik.
Good afternoon. Thank you so much for the opportunity, and I think a fantastic panel discussion that I heard. I really want to thank the team who organized this event. Today I'm going to be talking about how Dassault Systems has been helping or supporting various industries to achieve their digitalization goal for Industry 4.0 and beyond. So I think most of you would have heard about Dassault Systems. I think some of them would know it's more from the Rafale or fighter aviation industry. But Dassault System is a part of the Dassault group where we are into a technology wing. So we've been in the market for more than 40 years, having significant customers across various industries. So I'll be quite quick covering who we are, what is our manufacturing technologies that has been supporting industries in the market. So this is my agenda, where I'm going to be talking about who we are, and I'm going to be talking about Industry 4.0 or the dark factories from the Dassault Systems perspective, and the factory of the future, what is required for a factory of the future, and then the virtual design for a factory and operations, and manufacturing operations management, and the next slide. So just to give a very, very quick introduction about Dassault Systems, Dassault Systems is a purpose-driven organization. We combine art, science, and technology for a sustainability organization. Now, globally, we have more than 25,000 people work across the world, and India is one of the largest R&D centers that we have. More than 8,000 to 9,000 people work out of India for us. And as an organization, we are more than 6.25 billion, and our most profitable company that we have from the financial standpoint. And as a customer, which is one of our core strengths that comes in, is more than 3 lakh customers that we cater across various industries. Now, this is another slide where I would want to give you, when you look any product development companies, it starts with the design. It can be automotives, it can be aerospace, or it can be pharma industries, food processor, beverages, anything. They start with design, right? It can be molecular design or engineering designs. So on the left-hand side, with the east-west quadrant, you see it starts from 3D, right? That's where we have technologies or apps, which I think most of you have heard about CATIA, SolidWorks. These are the technologies that we have for the designing purpose. And the BioVia is predominantly used for the pharma industries or any of the process industries. So once the design is done, then we have to take it, any design that we have been done, we'll have to take it to the simulation. We have to do a lot of simulations. Is it manufacturable? All these things. So that's where we have multiple technologies which talks about, which does simulation for us. The bottom of the pyramid that you see, which is the south quadrant, which is yellow color, which is the Delmia, which I represent, which is a pure manufacturing technology that we have. So once the manufacturing is done, then we have a lot of data coming out from the design, manufacturing, multiple source streams that we get data. Now, how do we bring those data to do some manufacturing intelligence or intelligence layers on top of that? So we have some apps which is on the east quadrant, which is called NetVibes and other things. Now, once we have multiple data, we've covered the engineering, we've got this manufacturing. So how do we collaborate with the multiple business processes? We'll have to collaborate with your marketing, we'll have to collaborate with your manufacturing, your supply chain. So that's where we have a collaboration on the north quadrant, which is called Enovia, PLM, all this technology which comes. So the center button, what you see, the play button, is a 3D experience platform, which the Dassault System is called as a 3D experience platform company. So these are the technologies that we cater to 12 varieties of industries, where it can be automotives, or we call it as a transportation mobility, or aerospace and defense, CPGR, high-tech industries, multiple. We have more than 12 varieties of industries that we cater to. Now, moving to the next one, when we talk about what are the main aspects of Industry 4.0, according to Dassault Systems, there are 3 stages that we have to be taking to Industry 4.0. First, we have to do the end-to-end of the digital integration with engineering across the value chain. When I say the engineering across the value chain, I'm trying to connect your design to your shop floor. How do we connect your design to the shop floor under a single stream? So that's going to be the first step that we will be looking at it. So once we try to connect these 2 layers, then the next layer is going to be vertical integration and the network manufacturing system. So when you are connecting your manufacturing, you will have to talk to your IT/OT layer and to your ERP systems or your enterprise level solutions. So that is going to be the next layer that is going to be talking about. So once you have these 2 steps, the third step is what we're trying to see, the horizontal integration through your network. Now, how do I bring my supply chain, or how do I bring my dealer network, or my tier 1 manufacturers, all those companies under the same network? Now that gives you the digital thread, the digital continuity to have a single truth of data. So these are the main steps that I would call is going to be a fundamental for to be Industry 4.0 as per the Dassault Systems. Now with this, when we look at it, when we want to achieve Industry 4.0 or beyond, there are multiple levers that is required to achieve this, right? I would say multiple levers that we have. These are some of them which we have captured. Now Dassault Systems will be able to support in all these levers to achieve the Industry 4.0. At the interest of time, I'm not doing a deep dive into this, but I'm just trying to give you a glimpse of this. Now, with this, what is the factory of the future? Now, I would want to quickly run you a quick 1-minute video. One of the world's largest aerospace and defense supplier who has given a video about how the smart factory is being. So maybe I'll just take you through that.
In today's industrial world, things are always moving faster and faster. Now, if you could adapt your business model as rapidly as your customers' needs are changing, would it be valuable to you? At Let It Go After, we decided to embrace the future. And we built 2 new factories, a real one, and its Delmia digital twin. Thank you. Experiencing the virtual model of my plant and all of its equipment, I now fully understand what my new factory will look like, so I can reshape it on purpose. You know, I think I'll need some more space here for my next generation production line. Perfect. Sometimes sometimes it's good to take a step back. Oh, hey, Martin, how are you? And get the big picture to better orchestrate and balance production flow. You know, I was just thinking, wouldn't it be better if I put this machine there? Yes, it is. Powerful, isn't it? But all of this would be useless if not applied to the real world of production. You see, my factory functions exactly the way I modeled and simulated it in virtual. The point is, all customers are the same, highly demanding and fast changing. The beauty of the 3D Experience digital twin lies in its ability to explore possible future horizons, whether I'm introducing a new product or looking for greater efficiencies. Leveraging the 3D Experience platform and Delmia, we have created a foundation to prepare for the factories of tomorrow. We're ready for the future. For you.
Thank you. I think what you see or what you saw was from the discrete industry. Now, see that the Dassault system is also quite strong in the process of the batch manufacturing as well. Now, let me take a deep dive into the virtual twin, the experience that Dassault Systems supports to the global customers. Right now, there are three major aspects that we build on a virtual twin. Now, first, the virtual twin, we call it as a product twin. The second that we call it as a production twin or the shop floor twin. And the third is a supply chain twin. Now, these are the three major levers that we call it as a virtual twin. Now, when we say the product twin, it can be any product. Now, when we know what is going to be produced, do I have enough capacity? Do I have my plant ready to produce that? What kind of a layout design that I need to do? And also, when you want to do the production, how my production is going to be behaving with the product that I'm going to be designing. And do I have enough planning system? Do I have enough scheduling? What is my takt time that I need to be producing? All these, some of the major simulations that you would really want to do in a virtual world, not in the real world. Now, that's why we call it as a V plus R, the virtual plus reality. At the virtual level, you try to build the complete, all three virtual twins, and you try to simulate with it all kind of what-if scenarios that you will try to do. So once you are completely convinced, yes, this is how my factory is going to be running, and this is my expectation of my factory, then you take it to the real world. You try to connect that to your real world. It can be your MES or MOM, which I'll be talking in my next slide. So that's where you try to do that, and you get a lot of information. Now when you see that, you might have assumed, or you would have concreted your plan saying that this is my expectation of my plan, but outcome is not meeting the expectation. What do I do? Now that's where you have the system to come back to the virtual world and analyze it, what has been happening in the real world versus the virtual world. What is the gap, fit gap analysis. Now how do I improvise it? Then that closed looping system helps you with the Dassault System virtual twin to make you achieve the goals that you have for your factories or your plants. Now, say that the virtually designed factory operates. Now, some of the two steps that I was talking, the virtual versus the real world. In the virtual world, the objectives are going to be the successful companies needs to ensure that every facet of their operations has been carefully considered and optimized. Now, that is why we want to achieve the high production or the KPIs that you're trying to achieve. The second, also to improvise your efficiency and the production system that you would want to put in place. So this is from the virtual world, which I'm talking about the R. I'm talking from the virtual V. Now, from V, I'm moving towards the R, right? So, before moving to R, I just want to know what are the key KPIs or some of the business challenges that the people would be having to achieve that. One, how do I validate the line layout, the target production capacity and the product mix? Then optimizing the number of AGVs and all your automation systems that you have it. How do I optimize the operators through assessing the operator utilization in line? So multiple KPIs that you have to analyze it. So that is through all these KPIs, you'll be able to do the what-if scenario using the virtual twin solutions of Dassault Systems. I'm talking about the V part. So when you have the V part for the virtual twin solutions, all these, the innovation, performance, and efficiency, all these three things can be achieved on the virtual world. So once you're ready with the virtual world, then that's where we are moving towards the real world, right? The real world, I'm talking about your shop floor. Now, the shop floor, most of the organization call that as MES, which is Manufacturing Execution System, that we call that as MOM, which is Manufacturing Operations Management, bringing in the warehouse system into Dassault Systems portfolio. Now, why do we need this? The business challenges that they were looking at is the high defect rates, the lack of traceabilities, the qualities and other areas, or some of the maintenance and other areas. Now, Dassault Systems is the manufacturing solution which is called Delmia Aprizo, is a solution which will help the organization or the manufacturing industries to bring the 360-degree operational excellence, bringing in your quality, your maintenance, your time and labor, your all this warehouse, all the systems which are being independently working can be brought in together to achieve the operations excellence. So that's our strength that we have. Now, what would happen is when you have this V plus R, how do I bring my improvise it, right? Because every day the plant is always not happy, or we are not able to achieve 100% of our expectation. How do I bring the improvisation? So the Dassault Systems would be able to bring the real-time experience, the virtual simulations, whatever that you have done with the real-time feedbacks, bringing together the closed-loop systems that we were to achieve through virtual time experience. Now, quickly, if you see this entire slide, I'm talking about what has happened yesterday, and today, if you see the center button, what's happening today, and if you see the next one, what's going to happen tomorrow. So the end-to-end can be completely monitored and simulated and seen how my plant is going to be operated using a virtual time experience. So that's an overall solution that we have from manufacturing, which is Delmia, and we'll be more than happy to connect with some of the key leaders in the floor today, and to explore how we can collaborate and to take this forward journey. Thank you.
Thank you, Kaushik, for that wonderful, energetic performance. May I have 2 chairs on the dais, please? Now we move on to our fireside chat. I am optimizing our time here because many of our friends who are here need to catch a flight during the evening. So we move on to our next fireside chat, which is digital transformation roadmaps, planning and implementing Industry 4.0 and 5.0. We all know that digital transformation is no longer an optional for manufacturers. The real challenges lies in building roadmaps, aligning technology, people and processes to achieve meaningful results. So we have technologies such as industrial IoT, artificial intelligence, data analytics, digital twins. They all are changing how factories are operating, how supply chains respond, and how decisions are made on the shop floor. However, the real challenge is not simply adopting the technology, but it is about having a clear roadmap that can align digital investments where business outcomes such as productivity, resilience, sustainability, and workforce development also happens. So while doing research for this fireside chat, I came across a stat that nearly 2/3 of large manufacturers in India have begun their journey of Industry 4.0, but only a quarter have managed to scale this initiative, such as factories. This highlights how critical it is to move from the experimentation to structured digital transformation map. And I today have with me Dr. Sanjeev Kumar, who is a Deputy Director, Business Development and Services, Renishaw Metrology Systems Limited. And our objective today will be to explore how organizations are moving from experimentations to scalable transformation and practical steps manufacturers can take. Dr. Sanjeev Kumar. Let's begin with demystifying the terms of Industry 4.0 and 4.0. What is the key distinction?
Before that, thank you very much for having me. I know I'm between lunch and this and yourself, so for next 20 to 30 minutes, we have a fantastic audience here. My one request is to live in present, okay? The next 20 to 30. Whatever is going on in your mind, whatever is happening in your mobile, for next 20 to 30 minutes, let's keep that aside. And stay really focused here. What we're going to discuss today, right now, is just an extension of what is our eminent panelists and the speakers have spoken beforehand. And it's a great opportunity for each one of you to really even take one or two insight that may change. आपको बहुत ज़्यादा insights की ज़रूरत नहीं है. Even one or two insight, even one insight could be a game changer. So that's my request first, to be absolutely present, live in present. You asked a question, demystifying Industry 4.0 and 5.0. Honestly, I don't like the jargons. They are typically used as jargons. One thing that has to be done well, they have been marketed, if you ask me honestly. They've been marketed well, so that's why people are still talking about them, which is a good thing, because otherwise how would you bring the awareness about what do you need to do? But these things have been there for ages. The only challenge that we have not improved our capability to maximize the advantages of this, whether you call it Industry 4.0 or Industry 5.0, just to give you as in terms of what others are talking in the market. Industry 4.0 is about making factories smart, and Industry 5.0 is bringing human into the picture, as if in Industry 4.0 we forgot about the human, and now in Industry 5.0 we are remembering human to bring them back, and it's more collaborative. That's how I would say, and probably more questions I will explain than me.
So, what does that mean in practice?
What do you mean? I think, can you elaborate? What do you want to do?
What does that mean in practice when you say Industry 5.0 is correct?
Okay, before I say that, when we say human-centric, remember, it doesn't mean less of the technology. Rather, it is going to be more of the technology. But human-centric means helping us, me, you, yourself, your people on the shop floor, work better. Just to even simplify that to, you could say bringing ChatGPT with the machine. In a very, very simple parity, if I have to give Industry 5.0. So bringing more human element, empowering human to make better decisions. Because at the end of the day, who has to make decisions? You tell me. Raise hands if you think it's not you, who else will be making the decision. Raise hand. You will. So Industry 5.0, whatever jargon is there, to help, assist yourself making quality decisions. Because factory banaya kisne? Factories are not built by machines. Factories are built by us who have a desire to make better things, improve things. So that's why I believe that it's just a new marketing again. How can each one of us be empowered more to do it? Isn't it? That's what Industry 5.0 is.
So we move the whole premise of this conference is about how we can plan for the digital transformation roadmap. So someone from the audience in the previous session had asked, for a company just starting on the digital transformation journey, what are the practical steps that can be taken? Because 70% of the manufacturers who have taken a step towards this has not gone the full length.
As Sujata has just talked about in the opening speech, 2/3 of companies started this journey, but only a quarter may have moved forward. Sometimes we have to show patience. You use the word journey. Journey means you don't just start to look at what you're getting tomorrow or day after. You have to stay patient to really see the reward. It is long term. That's the first thing. I think before I start, I think in the panel where we were discussing AI, and I remember Prabhu talked about, and others talked about as well, the key is, and I think every panelist talked about, key is to identify the problem, by the pain. And that, maybe it sounds like a cliche, but that is the fundament. And where I see, because I've been a practitioner, I did a PhD in this domain 25 years ago, and I have worked on machine myself, from operator to a level. So I have seen in company where I have worked, where I have helped others, that we start to think technology before the problem. Okay? And a lot of places I use a word called decorating technologies. So we are very much fascinated by lovely graphs, a fantastic piece of reports, and as a business owner, people say, "Oh, I want this report, I want this report, I want to see these graphs." However, that's a wrong footing to start. The starting point has to be a problem, and that those problems already exist, and exist in plenty, such as your parts. You're not making enough parts. You're not shipping the parts in the time that you have to supply the parts. Your machines are down, right? So take a pain point and then see how do you solve it. So that's why the key thing, unless and until there is a connection between the strategy, means in a simple word, what that company chooses to do or wishes to do, to how you're going to achieve that, the Industry 4.0, for that matter, any digital transformation technology will not be effective at all. And for that, the whole organization needs to be aligned. A lot of time, we all work in different departments, don't we? We have say machining department, we have quality department, we have assembly department, we have IT department, we have finance department, and every department has a different set of goals. So so for example, quality department wants better quality, assembly department wants speed, finance department wants cost control, IT department wants security. So, and all those are valid. But unless they are all connected together with a goal to improve X, Y, Z, and what is that, and then only applying the technology. The technology is there. This is not the problem of technology. Technology is there, software is there, machine is there. It is about, do you have the courage to change? How well do you understand your problem, and how do you want to solve it? So the roadmap has to start with really understanding what your priorities are, what do you want to change, and looking at a solution that you need, and then integrating that solution. Technology is not a barrier at all.
Okay. So it's about identifying the pitfalls that can happen, and then aligning it with the business strategies which are needed for the organization. So how important it is to involve your employees, because the boardroom decides and the shop floor implements it. So how important it is to involve the person who will be using the technology?
It is utmost important. It is the most important. And I tell you, one of the reasons, as you said, that I won't use the word failure, but the rewards have been slow to gain because human has been cut off the loop. It is not least understand. Okay, I'll give you an example. I'll come to this, I'll connect this by talking about something so that you can understand. And and ladies and gentlemen, this is a very important point, which I'm going to mention in the next 5 minutes. Okay, who started the chip industry? Who started the chip industry? Sorry? What? Motorola, okay. Okay, let me ask, which country started the chip industry? Taiwan. No, it's US. United States of America in 1948, 1950. There were a couple of scientists from Fairchild Semiconductor, and others, they started this industry. Okay, and then the industry started. There's a very famous Moore's law which talks about it, how the technology keep on doubling every year, and that is in existence in 1960. The reason why I'm bringing this in context, America started the chip industry in say 1950s, and there's lots of progress. Earlier on, it was not so easy to print those circuit boards on your wafers, and they started to develop. They started to bring automation to make it simple, make it cost effective, and a lot of technology got. Now, 1940s, 1950s, 1960s, 1970s, America was the leader. Then the point comes in late 1970s and early 1980s, a company called, we all know, Sony, another Japanese company, they started to venture into. And would you believe that in 80s, American companies were importing chips from Japan. So Japanese found a way to make those chips better quality and more cost effective as well. So even after importing from Japan, it was still cost effective and better quality. I don't know the exact defect rate, but the defect rate in chips coming from Japan was less than 2 or 3% compared to, say, quite high percentage from America. Mind you, there was a time where the defects were high in this technology. So the reason why I'm talking about, and then after this, I went in the company, they sent their big executives to go and look at the Japanese company, what the hell they're doing. Kar kya rahe wo log? That the technology that is invented there, the most research is happening there, the most funding is from there, all the machines were being produced there, and the Japanese just mushroom up, and they started to manufacture it much better quality, much cheaper. So what is happening there, and how can we replicate that? So these big executives go to Japan. There are 2 or 3 companies like Toshiba, Hitachi, Sony, other companies they were pioneering. They went there and came back and told them that, forget it. What they are doing is very difficult to replicate here. Companies asked, why? Why are you saying that? They said that they have built a culture which is very difficult to replicate in America, where the trend is where we are looking at technology in the isolation. And I think in our previous panel as well, there was a discussion on the culture. And the reason why I brought this, culture and people are very important. So in Japan, we all know, I'm from manufacturing segment. In the manufacturing segment and the quality segment, we all understand the bigger these technologies shift has come from Japan. So Six Sigma, lean manufacturing, TPM, look at that. But the way they have integrated people is second to none, and that is their key differentiator. So for an example, I think Japan is a fantastic place to go and visit, and there are a lot of Japanese companies who have subsidiaries here as well. If you go and look at that, you will always see a fitter taking proud in fitting, a welder taking proud in welding. So what it did, that it understood the importance of the people who's going to play in making sure that what they're going to achieve. And that's where they built the technology not just focusing on the technology or the people in isolation, but they have developed technology to achieve the end goal. And ultimately, the people play a very important role. Coming back to this question, how important is human, how important is people, they're the most important, and the reason why we have been very slow to see the adoption is that we have operators, the people who they've started to get the feeling that, oh, this is going to take my job away. That is not true at all. But the feeling is, and that's why there is no cooperation from them, a very limited cooperation from them. Ultimately, it is about improving the job. Who want, for example, for somebody to graduate from, say, just doing a manual job to become a process manager? So unless human and operatives, they are really integrated in this transformation, none of this, mark my word, none of this will see the level of the impact or what it can produce at all. And Japan is a classic example of that. You can learn from the past.
You mentioned about humans need to be involved in this transformation, but most of the decisions are taken by the boardroom, not the shop floor guys. So whether it is reskilling, whether it is changing the profile of a simple operator, the decision comes from the boardroom. How do we change that? In terms of, what are the biggest hurdles that companies face when they are trying to incorporate digital transformation, when they're trying to get along the journey of this?
That's a very, very good question, and one that is very close to my heart. We all think that I'll include AI, digital transformation, Industry 4. These are not technology. These are not technology transformation. These are leadership. And the reason why I say that, and it's a very good phrase to use, that the decisions at the boardroom will not change the outcome of the fact. It is important that owner of the company, or the board of the company, or the functional leader of the company, or the head of the function, they have to come onto the shop floor in a very simple way to understand what priorities they need to set. I forgot the name of the gentleman who was the head of Toyota, but I'll tell you what he used to do. There's a term in Japan called henchuki. That means you go on the shop floor and observe what the problems are. You pick up the biggest pain point, and then you build around the process around that. And you would not believe, Sujata, that he mandated all his directors, all his key people to go on the shop floor. There's something, there is a routine they follow. Gemba, yes. I understand. So they go on the shop floor, look at what the problem is, look at what the challenge is, and then develop the solution. And that's how a lot of these poker solutions came out. So that's what the challenge, the problem that you're talking about, that's what it needs to happen here now as well. So one needs to either go physically on the shop floor, or go there and really understand what is the pain point. What is that I need to do? And pick up that pain point, pick up that whatever you want to call it, problem statement or use case, and then build solution around it. Now, for any solution, the most important thing is problem solving. And the human, there is nobody who could be better creative people than human, because the experience that they have. So that's where you have to include human into the loop and use some of the tools, as gentlemen was talking about the value stream mapping, that plethora of tools available. Understand, diagnose the problem, understand what it needed to be done, and build a solution. The technology stack is there. The technology is there to help you automate. to help you become more efficient. One thing I'll tell you, I want to take the name of the organization, and I think Prabhu's last takeaway was good. Whatever you do with whether it is AI or anything, it amplifies. So very simple thing. Industry 4.0 as a jargon, or let's say automation amplifies whatever mistakes you're making. There was this organization, this fantastic organization, fantastic company, and they are in a very remote location, and they really have a shortage of people to really come and work on some of the specialized machines, technology. So they thought, "Arey, chalo, automation karte hain." That's a good process, but they jump onto the solution too soon. So whenever somebody talks about automation, what comes into the mind? Be honest. Let's say somebody talks about automation, what comes onto the mind? Most people say robot, right? Automation is robot. Agree? That's what a lot of people say. Now, if I am making just a simple, very simple layman math, if my rejection is to 1 out of 1,000 for an exam, I'm exaggerating, but now you tell me, if you brought a robot, built a cell, would your output be much more efficient or less efficient? Little bit in between. Less. अगर 1,000 में था और वो बनाने में, and to make that, let's say we were taking X number of hours. Now, some of those time is cut down because we brought automation in form of robots. I'm just using a simple example. That means in the shorter time, we have reduced the time, but we have increased the scrap. So that is what is happening. And this is a very simple use case I'm giving. A lot of time, if without understanding my process, without setting the foundation right, if I'm just deploying automation solutions, or any solution for that matter, it gives me bigger losses. So that's why the way I look at it, we can't make our digital penthouse on the muddy water, right? The first thing is to make sure that my process, your process, is stable, is repeatable, is predictable, and then use automation onto that. Then only you will get the full advantage. And I sometimes worry when we talk about the dark factories and everything. Those are fantastic. Those are the needed. I'm not against them. They will be needed. But always look at what is your maturity level, what is your capability level. We cannot run if you're just crawling right. So let us look at where we are, what type of problems we have, what challenges I'm facing today, and what is my need of the hour. Maybe even simple solutions, simple automation. But that can only happen when you know your strategy, when you know your roadmap, when all of your departments are aligned. Because I see the alignment is the major bottleneck in implementing this.
Yeah. So you spoke about the dark factories and all, and there is a demarcation when it comes to the automation, and then there is agentic AI, which does not require human intervention. How do we tackle that?
Agentic AI does not require human intervention. I think that is a statement too far.
When the makers have been giving 5 years from now, agentic AI will be a reality.
Agentic AI is reality today. I'll tell you very honestly, I've been using fuzzy-based AHP model in 2008. Yes, the speed of computing has gone up. That's the GPT, the OpenAI, when they brought GPT, that was their breakthrough product. And that's why that was able to bring a product like ChatGPT, followed by a plethora of them, the recent, and one of the better ones is Claude, but anyway, that's my personal opinion. However, the agentic AI has been there, agentic AI is today. What you're asking is something different, and I'll explain it. So, let me tell you, and I don't want to be I don't want to disappoint people when I say that. A lot of jobs are already, rather than jobs, a lot of work stream, a lot of tasks are already in the process of being. Okay? So agentic AI, the first thing that they're doing, they are bringing efficiency. So a lot of business process engineering is being, which require a lot of human, for a lot of those tasks are going to go away, and that is a fact. That is something, okay, it may take, depending on organization where they are, it may take X, Y number of years, and I am nobody to tell how many years is that. I'm not that big to be comment on that. Coming back to the question, so agentic AI, let us decode what you're saying. So what you're saying, essentially, is the machines making their own decisions. Correct? Now, the various layers to it. Right now, even in this age, how long has Industry 4.0 been talked about? Almost a decade, but it was marketed much more just right before the COVID. If you remember 2017, 18 and 19, a lot of Industry 4.0, which was a good thing. It increased awareness. But even if you go, whenever I go to the shop floor, I still see people shouting, "Arey spindle band karo, ye part leke wahan jana hai." What is happening? So what I mean to say, that despite of those technology being available, still we are way behind in bringing even efficiency at the level where it should have been far easier. So now when we talk about machines making a decision, so what's happening right now, I'll use, because I want to use some practical example. Let's say I'm on a shop floor, I made a part. I'm making crankcases. Okay? I'm making crankcases, and I made a part which has one of the features a face, R face, and some of the geometries were out. So still today, though machines are not making decision itself, so that even operators or anybody even notice, oh, this problem came. So even right now, even with all the technology, and mind you, in India we are the best, we have lots of good technology. It's not about the countries are not investing in the right technology. Even then today, it is still a long pending process, a very human dependent process to go and correct. Machines are not even suggesting, let alone machines are making decision. So the first thing is that how can we make machines to start suggesting, and then machines to start adapting. And that's where the first journey is. First is suggesting, second is adapting, and the third, machines start to make some of these decisions on their own without somebody involved. So it is not, I'm not doubting the capability of the technology. Intelligent machines, how long have you been hearing this as a jargon? Many years, right? Intelligent machine, adaptive machining, all these big words. But what does it truly mean? So what I mean to say, that there is a journey, there are steps, there's a level of confidence one needs to have, and somebody mentioned before this panel something about the trust. Because unless those things are done, then we can move. So it is it's a sci-fi movie which is coming true, but at what speed it comes true is going to be decided how we are going to create the roadmap and how we are going to see the advantage.
Noted on that. But for these are very big terms: automation, digitization, using agentic AI. But how do a MSME or an SME afford to invest in such kind of a technology?
Honestly speaking, they are at the thing that gives me the most excitement, I tell you, is that I think we are the best place in the world to really leapfrog. Because us in the morning when Mr. Jay was talking about that in Indian manufacturing is driven by 90% of SMEs, right? That's a very positive. A lot of these companies have got no legacy systems to learn. A lot of big organizations, they have to worry about a lot of legacy systems. So now, this means majority of our companies, and even the larger companies, they work like in various smaller units of SMEs as well. So we do not have to worry about a lot of legacy systems. We can implement this very fresh. Now, coming to your question, how do we go about inventing? It is a once in a lifetime generation opportunity that is, and there are two things that is driving: the uncertainty and the change. Uncertainty driven by the geopolitics, and change what is happening by this different technology. Now, there is a once in a lifetime opportunity for India when there is a level playing field, because technology is a great leveler. Always remember that. Technology is a great level. When there is a great level field and the geopolitical scenario is creating opportunities for companies to look for other diversify the supply chain, becoming self-sustenance, and India finally starting to become more of an investment economy than a consumer economy. But there is an opportunity for us to do things better. Always remember that. These technology are not going to be driven by PowerPoint presentation and nice Excel sheets. These technology are going to be always driven by the opportunity and by the need to do. Now let's say I as an automotive supplier, I see an opportunity that whatever I'm making today, I can make it 3 times, right? Or I can go up in the value chain, go in the aerospace value chain, go in some other high engineering value chain. Now, when I see that opportunity, then I know what my problem is. Then I start to look at my problem in terms of capacity or in terms of efficiency. So in order to achieve that, then I start to even further break down, okay, what is my biggest constraint today? And for that, I start to apply simple industry 4.0, as you say, simple tools, simple technology. And once you do that over a period of time, you start to develop your own stack, and that will help you to make products of yourself. And in a journey, because that journey is there, because the demand is there, the opportunity is there, in 2 or 3 years' time, 4 years' time, you will be a very different kind of organization or company. This is what China did in 2000, and that's why in 2026 they are so far ahead. Do you know that China's GDP and India's GDP was exactly same in 1980, $150 billion. And the reason why they are today $16.3 trillion, or maybe closer to $17 trillion, and we have $4.2 trillion, and our manufacturing is only $600 billion. Their manufacturing is somewhere around, I would say, around $7 trillion. The reason is they went on doing these small improvement and started to get things masses, and that's where they get to. So I have a big hope, and I'm very optimistic about it.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Sanjeev, because this topic is something which we can go on and on forever. And Dr. Sanjeev is very passionate about this topic, so he is very eloquent on that. So thank you. As we conclude the discussion with him, you can meet him during the lunch and the networking session and pop many questions to him. We will be very glad to address that. But to the audience, from your perspective, what is the biggest barrier to digital transformation? You know, what is it, the technology cost or the integration challenges or the talent ones or the leadership alignment? We need to discuss more on this, we need to talk more about this and then come up with solutions rather than jumping into the bandwagon of digital transformation. Thank you everyone. Thank you, Dr.
Thank you.
So I know I'm standing in between lunch and you, but we have a small announcement to make before we break for lunch. We are very well aware that manufacturing is undergoing a transformation, and there are a lot of global challenges. But at the heart of this operational challenges and the operational evolutions are the plant heads. And they are the silent leaders who kind of are responsible for translating corporate strategy into tangible high performance production realities. Team, could you please share the deck? So we are trying to honor the plant heads to our anniversary edition, and we are going to be featuring manufacturing's top 100 plant heads. So why are we doing this for the silent operational, like architects of the operational excellence? Because we want to honor the individuals who are driving the continuous improvement and operational innovation across the factory floor. So these are the 5 strategic objectives that we are trying to achieve through this edition. You can nominate your plant heads and be part of this anniversary edition, which will be like a huge, what you can call a keepers edition. So please can contact us and please nominate your plant heads. Now we will break for the lunch, and please be back by 2:15 sharp, because some of us need to dash to the airport later. Thank you everyone. We now move on to the second half of our day and the second panel discussion. We have our topic as sustainable and resilient operations. The themes that we will be exploring will be about decarbonizing the factory floor, improving the industrial energy efficiency, and building the circular manufacturing model. So sustainability, as we know, is no longer a compliance issue. It is rapidly becoming a competitive advantage for manufacturers worldwide. May I request the panel members to kindly come to the stage and take their seats. Mr. Rajiv Pillai, GM Mechanical and Utilities, SRF Limited. Dr. Deepak Kota, Director Global IT Support, Mars Kelnova. Dr. Balkrishnan AS, Director IMG MP&L, Ford Motor Company. Govindaraj GS, Vice President, LG Business System. Moderating this discussion is Sunil David, a respected digital technology consultant and former Regional Director for IoT and AT&T. Sunil, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Sujata, for those introductions, and good afternoon to all of you all. So after a nice food for the stomach, it's now time for food for thought, and we'll get the panelists to share their perspectives on a very important topic. And the topic, of course, is sustainable and resilient operations, and very, very important context, topic in context of this whole event, which is all about the twin mandate, right? You want the manufacturers to use technology to be more competitive, and while you're using all these technologies to improve their competitiveness, reducing their cost of operation, improving productivity, improving efficiency, you also want the manufacturers to be sustainable, correct? Now, what we want to do is, over the next 45 minutes, cover 4 important dimensions as it relates to this topic. Number one, we want to talk about what does it really mean to decarbonize your factory. Energy efficiency, of course, is going to be very, very important. The need to reduce consumption of energy, and as you reduce energy consumption, you can also lower your carbon emission, and thereby, one, you are also from a compliance standpoint safeguarded, but more importantly, you are a lot more competitive because you are reducing your cost of energy consumption, right? So your operational cost will come down. So that is one part. And while we are talking about decarbonization, while we are talking about energy efficiency, the need for also manufacturers to get their energy mix right? So while you're drawing power from the grid, there's also a need to use renewable energy like wind and solar, right? So how do you get that energy mix right? There are plants I know which are at 70% RE, some are at 80% RE, right? That's one. Number two is use of digital technologies for being an enabler for the whole, the sustainable operations of the manufacturers, right? And their technologies like Internet of Things, analytics, AI, all those come into play. Of course, we need very good reliable networks to connect all the assets. And you can only improve something when you can measure, right? So if you want to measure how much of consumption of all your assets which are there in your shop floor, you obviously need sensors and gateways to send all the data, right? So you need a lot of these technologies to come together. And we also obviously going to talk about how important and impact that these technologies can create for manufacturers. That's number two. Number three, we want to definitely address the importance of the circularity part, right? So we've been used to this model of take, make, use, and dispose, and we need to move from that to remanufacturing, reuse, recycling, and so on, right? And how do you manage your resources efficiently? So that's another important dimension. So the whole circularity aspect, how do you manage your waste? How do you optimize use of water? All those become very important. And the last aspect, which is again very important today in context with what's happening around the world, is resilient operations, right? So how do you make sure that you're building your factories for resilience to cope with what is happening today, right? I mean, all of you are aware of the war situation, supply chains are getting disrupted. So how do you cope with all that, and what kind of resilience that you're building within your shop floor? How are you managing your supply chains? That's again another, and how are you managing your resources efficiently, right? Today we're reading about how it's becoming a challenge now to get LPG, right? And those are important aspects to cover. So broadly, these are the 4 areas that we would want to cover over the next 45 minutes. Now, having set the context, we'll move to the panel, and what I request each of the 4 panelists first to do is maybe just take about 30 seconds to just introduce yourself, a little bit about your role and the company that you're representing. Maybe we'll start with you, Bala. A brief introduction, and then we'll go to Deepak, Govindaraj, and Purachi.
My name is Bala Krishnan. I'm working in Ford Motor Company for past 27 years. So my role is handle metal planning and logistics. The circular economy is closer to my heart. So that's about myself. Thank you. And thanks to Manufacturing Today for inviting me for this event.
Thanks Manufacturing Today for having me here. My name is Deepak Kota, the Director for Global IT. I work for a company called Mars Snacking. Prior to that, I was part of Kellanova or Kellogg, the cereal and the snacking global major, which just got acquired in December. My responsibility is to lead and develop build a team out of India that's global.
My name is Govindaraj. I head the energy business system for LG Equipments Limited. My role there is to support for building a business system to continuously improve the processes and then drive sustainability into our routine.
Good afternoon, friends. Firstly, thanks to Manufacturing for having me as part of the panel here. Looking forward to some good learnings from the panel, from the audience and everybody. So I belong to SRF Limited. We are into various verticals of refrigerant gases, chemical business, technical textiles. So I represent the technical textiles part of it. And I'll be happy to share. I had engineering there for the Gugli plant complex, one of the unit of technical textiles. So I'll be happy to share whatever learnings are there across to people's category. Thank you.
Thanks, Raji. And I'm coming to you first, Raji. Now you represent an industry, and you have the chemical division, you have the technical textiles. Both are fairly energy intensive, right? Yeah. So I just want to hear from you, where are the opportunities where you can actually lower your energy spend, lower emissions on the shop floor? Your thoughts?
Okay, so let me give a brief about the Gugli plant that we represent. We started in 2007 with an energy consumption of around 6.5 kilowatt per kg of product that we manufacture.
So I'd be happy to share today, we are at around 1.98 kiloton per kg from 6.5 onwards. So, for us, 40% of the cost of conversion of the product is power, energy. Survival, the only way is to save energy. So there are a lot of initiatives that we would have taken across the period of from 2007 to this day as we stand today, and that is giving us a resilient operation that Sunil was talking about. So resilience is beating against the odds across a period of time, coming up with improvement plans year on year. So if I consider, there are a lot of areas which we take for improvements in the utility sectors, smart marketing, data analytics, a lot of things combined together to enable the result that we are achieving today. So in brief, that is what it is. So, energy intensive plant, textile basically being a highly energy intensive plant, it is imperative for us that the survival of business in textile is only done based on energy savings that we put in place. And it's on a sustainable basis. So today we talk of sustainability, that point of time is not up to that extent. But yes, today if I say from 6.5 to 1.98 is a huge challenge. We are still not satisfied with it, we are still in way progressing and looking forward to such summits so that we can still implement newer methods, newer technologies in our shop floors. Thank you.
Thanks. I just have a follow-up question for you. So that's great in terms of getting that reduction down to that extent. That's amazing. But so one of the energy efficiency side, right? You want to lower the amount of consumption of energy, but how do you find that right mix in terms of integrating green? For example, when you talk about renewable, how easy is it for that to happen now?
So in our treatment plant, 90% is recycled power, renewable power. Okay. So to get to 90% renewable power, you should have a proper mix of power that is available. So we have solar plants available in our site, which caters to majority of the power that we do. Around 70% is solar. We have tied up with third parties who have, again, that leads to around 90% overall as part of renewable power consumption. So 6.5, 1.98 with 90% on renewable power, that's the way to go.
Fantastic. Okay, thank you. Let me move to Govindraj. And Govindraj, I wanted to understand from you, how are you embedding both sustainability and energy efficiency directly into your manufacturing processes rather than treating them as separate initiatives?
At LG, we have an LG business system that encompasses our daily work management as well as strategy management piece. So when we talk about daily management, anything that get measured, that get improved, the way we do it for productivity, quality, and therefore the energy. So our efforts have started mapping the critical machines, getting their energy readings live, and therefore we are able to see and take actions immediate basis, if not waiting for a day or the end of the month to look at that energy. That is one piece which has given us the boost. And secondly, when it comes to the energy mix, when we started the journey about 6 years back, renewable was zero. We had increased the mix. Now we are standing at 66-67% on renewable. So there's a great amount of strategic work in place, including our solar as well as wind energy in part of our energy requirements. Also there's a daily focusing on having the right energy readings are in place to see that deviations and then take that.
One follow-up question on this, Govindraj, see, because there are initiatives, especially when you talk about shop floor energy reduction, who takes ownership and who is responsible for that agenda, so to speak? I mean, you need other stakeholders also to get involved, right? But there's somebody who has to take ownership and really own the outcome, right? So how does it play within your organization?
So it goes into two levels. One at a corporate level, starting from the board agenda to have the kind of focus on bringing the renewable energy mix to the maximum possible. And it's very happy to note and record here that 2027 target, whatever has been set as an ESG goal for the organization, has been already met, 50% more than whatever we have targeted for. So it starts with that board level discussions as well as at a line, if we talk about as energy management team, which takes care of the daily management of this. And we encourage continuous improvement culture, as most of the manufacturing team is aware of the cases. So we do start recognizing the energy related cases whenever it's getting recorded, and multiple appreciation platforms are there. So we encourage, starting from operator to all the levels in the organization, to participate in this.
Thank you so much. Deepak, over to you. And you represent the CPG industry. And probably from an IT leadership perspective, how can digital platforms, digital infrastructure, power of data and all that can really accelerate sustainability outcomes in the shop floor? Your view.
Thanks, Sunil, for the question. Traditionally, a lot of these applications on the manufacturing shop floor have primarily been data has always resided within the shop floor or the factory floor. Right? So the first initiative has always been about translating that into becoming more visible. Those spreadsheets started to come in, the whole digitization exercise there. But today, we are looking at sustainability as just not being, I would say, a quarterly or a monthly report. It has to be more of something that actually closes the operational loop. And that is being enabled only through the entire digital transformation initiatives that have been taken by all of us today. So the first step probably is to look at how things are being more and more measured. Right? A lot of these systems on the floor today have pretty much evolved into giving us real-time data with IoT and sensors coming in. So the measurability is improved. The second aspect is all about how could you build upon the data which is being sensed and make it a little bit more comparable. So that's a whole next aspect of the whole digitization strategy, where you start to look at all the data, look at what could be done with respect to the data and start making it comparable. Third piece of the journey is all about making it more actionable, if you will, right? The data is available, you know what's happening on the systems, and then start looking at how you will potentially take actions. And finally, it's all about how do you go back and make it repeatable and you scale across all the different plants, and that's where you start talking about smart factories and start having rollouts of all of these technologies across all these plants. So the perfect plan scenarios as well, the digital twin strategies that we talk about today. So the entire life cycle, if I probably go back into a consumer business that I represent, right? If you start looking at aspects that when you talk about instrumentation and start looking at sensing, the whole cycle starts off from sourcing, right? If you really look at sustainability, it's about whom are you, what are you buying from, what kind of data points could you get from your suppliers. Then comes the whole supplier data sets that you could potentially host and engage through a common platform, which gives you enough visibility in terms of what practices that the supplier has today. Beyond sourcing, it is also about inbound logistics, right? How do you bring it back into your factory and your operations? Then comes the telemetrics, right? How are you measuring the routes? How are you measuring the optimization of how we are bringing in a lot of these materials that are being sourced globally, and especially today? It's a big challenge in terms of how do you really optimize your sourcing, and when you start looking at cocoa, you start looking at all the other palm oil, or any of the other products that typically a consumer goods organization would need. It's definitely a challenge in terms of getting it sourced both responsibly and also getting it optimized in the way it could be delivered to your factory. The third part of the value chain, if you will, Sunil, is the true manufacturing processes, right? And that's where, again, a lot of the sensing that I spoke about is about how efficient are your cookers working, and how efficient are your bakery and the rest of the other equipment that you pretty much have in your factory floor. And how are these data points being consolidated to look at improving efficiency and how you operate, changing from one product to another, and the life cycle around how best you can manufacture and optimize the whole production scenario. The fourth part of the whole value chain probably is about how you complete and then do the packaging. Again, that's again a big part of sustainability today. Huge focus in terms of what you would do from changeovers, right? There's a lot of idle time, there's a lot of packaging loss that happens as you convert. And there's a lot of data points that you pretty much could collect during this life cycle to be able to optimize And as new products, new variants start to come in, you start looking at something which is a 300 kg small pack, you start looking at a 500 kg or a 500 gram pack, and different components or different categories that you start to deliver. That again results in real-time optimization in terms of how the packaging value chain works for you. And also within that, the responsible sourcing of the materials and how do you really package. And that a little downstream, if I look at it quickly, is the aspect of how do you really do the outbound, right? Again, it's a distribution, having the right metrics, having the right demand sensing. A lot of wastage and loss prevention initiatives could be taken today. And all of this today is being stitched through what I just spoke about, right? It's having a very clear framework in terms of sensing, being able to collect all of it, having a unified data model, which again has always been a challenge, and then building on top of it a very streamlined analytics and AI. AI comes up as a layer beyond it. I think there's a lot of times when we look at digital transformation and pretty much talk about AI really early in the journey, but you need the foundation of the data and then build analytics on top of it. And then AI, where you really need some of the aspects that I spoke about, whether it is loss prevention, steam and the other aspects that you want to look at water consumption and the refrigeration and so on. All of these are very clear pain points. And today, I'm sure almost everybody here in the room, including us here as speakers, pretty much have implemented aspects across this entire value chain of source to the time we sell and deliver, right? And that's what I thought I'll probably highlight.
Thanks, Deepak, and since you talked on sourcing, it's a good to get all of the discussion. Let's change gears and talk about supply chain. I think today the supply chain heads are having the toughest job in the world. Am I right, Bala?
Absolutely.
Okay, from a material planning and logistics perspective, where are the opportunities for reduction, both energy as well as carbon across manufacturing supply chains?
Thanks, Sunil. I think Deepak has covered a lot, I think, the end-to-end value chain, right? So clearly, the whole thing starts from the demand planning. Okay, we call sales and operation planning, SMO. That process is a long-term process. But what is happening with all the crisis situation, the Middle East crisis situation, I was involved last week very closely. Right? So one side you talk about lean, on the other side you talk about resilience. So you need to bring the agility. Now there is a terminology called agility. Okay, so you have to combine lean with agility. So clearly, if you have your proper demand planning, and you have supply planning, you have capacity planning, you have production planning, all your planning phase and how you react with your customer requirements, what exactly customer wants, customer is buying, there is a clear intelligence comes there, and that is the source for supply chain. If your planning goes wrong, all your execution is not going to be effective. That is the first step. The second step, coming to carbon and cost, if I see a transportation, whether it's inbound logistics or an outbound logistics or an in-plant logistics, how effectively A to B is utilized. In the sense, if you have a truck, how you are filling the truck, not half filling, utilization if it is going to come down, obviously you are running more, you are adding more, right? You are creating more emissions. So I think those are all small things, and that is the clear balance between your cost as well as your trade-off, right? Between what cost versus your sustainable measure and carbon area. So that is the second portion. The third portion, clearly I see more on the long distance supply movements, right? If I take always road and air, the emission level is much higher comparing with ocean and rail. Just a mode of shift, you do a transportation. I think how you meticulously plan and what you really need, which allows the manufacturers to go and pick the right mode of transport, that has a significant influence with your sustainability, what you really want to drive with. And it is also coming up with all your scope 3 emissions, and all that standards now coming up, and OEMs are moving towards the EVs with the right all the net carbon effect and all that, right? So with all these efforts, the basis, I can say major basis of transportation from supply chain point of view, more from logistics point of view, and also how you connect your supply chain. Though you may say your tier 1 is local supplier, but the local supplier may be importing parts somewhere else in the globe. That is not really local if you see, right? So it depends on the value and depends on the movements. I think all aspects has to be factored in our proper emission.
I have a follow-up question for you, Bala, and because it touched upon scope 3. Right, so scope 1 and 2 are pretty much control over manufacturer. Scope 3 is beyond your supply. And especially when trying to get data, comes to scope 3, how difficult or challenging is it?
It's quite challenging. In fact, we are engaging all our 3PL team because again, there is no standard, there is no global standard available how you need to measure the emission. That's one of the care. I know every different sector, they come up with their own solution, their own aspect of how the emissions are getting measured. So we are also looking very closely at the global emission standard, how we need to measure and how the data points that we can pick, the distance running and the network optimization, what influence that is going to have. So but that's a big work needs to be done because it is now getting tightened with your scope 1, scope 2 and scope 3 for manufacturer to manage properly.
Thanks, Bala. Going back to Raji, and Raji, today, fact is that many well-known players provide energy monitoring solutions, right? So they monitor energy consumption. But optimization is a different beast altogether, right? Trying to optimize and lower that is brings its own set of challenges. Not easy, right? So I just wanted to get your view in terms of how do you really move from just monitoring to real optimization, right? That's one. Second part of the question is how digital technologies kind of play a part in this whole process. When you truly want to optimize, when you truly want to reduce your consumption and thereby lower carbon emission.
Yeah. So there are two parts to it. So first is about the monitoring, then optimizing. So it's like what can be measured or monitored can only be improved on, right? So the first aspect is about monitoring, having instruments or data which can be monitored over a period of time is really the key to savings. If somebody says that I'm able to save so, without having a monitoring system in place, it doesn't work. Talking about optimization, yes. So once you are able to save, how best can you save? Optimization is all about a break-even point by which you're optimizing things, so you are energy efficient with respect to the process that is in place. You may have equipment which can be much more energy efficient, but then whether the process allows it, so it's an optimization that happens there. So taking on how about data and how it helps. So I'll just share about augmented reality today. We talk of VR. So I'll share one incident that has taken place recently, last year. So we were under an expansion plan with one of our Chinese OEMs. So with India and China, we had not very good diplomatic contacts with China. So neither they were able to come here for commissioning, neither we were able to go there for our trainings. VR helped us. So the entire project was commissioned in our plant with the help of VR. In a very traditional industry, it is possible. Such opportunities, so we were very wary of using AR in the first case, but we are left with no other chance but go by the same route because we could not delay the project commissioning phase. We have done entire thing with AR. That's optimization at the scale that we are talking of. In traditional industries, I'm not taking off, automated industries or IT sector, some manufacturing industry where you can still use AR. So a lot of things which we are talking of on case of optimization. See, when we are talking of 6.5 to 1.98. It's pretty optimized, right? We don't say it's still over, we say that we are still optimized. We can still have improvements year on year. So we have incentivized cost improvement plans year on year coming up for our employees, suggestions that we need to work in, energy efficient schemes that are there. We look forward to anything that is on energy savings to get to whatever. So we don't have a deadline to say that this is the optimized level. It's always an ongoing process. We always try to improve to get to the maximum optimization that is possible in energy savings. For us at SRF, energy is the heart of the billing. The lower the energy, the better efficiency the process are. I can only sum up that.
The conversation now has to move from what is my monthly billing cost of energy to more in terms of kilowatt per ton, kilowatt per SKU, kilowatt per product. I think that language has to be taught, right?
See, I'll just give an example today. We are talking of the next world war will be on energy. It's a VUCA world we are all witnessing today, right? Why does US want Iran to invade? Why they're attacking Iran? Because they know the reserves of crude are available with Iran. They're the third largest or the fourth largest. So they know it's measurable. They want to take a lead on that. They want the global reserves of energy. Energy is going to be the next key thing. 9 billion people of us. Energy requirement is going to scale up like anything, right? So where do we get energy from? We have to have systems de-risking on the energy sector. So every country today is thinking on energy saving. So whatever comes up on the sake of sustainability, on the case of energy saving, is all resulting into a better planet tomorrow for our own selves. So it's not, so sustainability and energy saving on a part of profitability to business is the next part we are looking forward.
And in the kilowatt hour per ton or SKU, also now the question is about how green is that kilowatt hour. That is also green.
Absolutely, yeah.
Let me move to Govindraj. And Govindraj, question is about how we talked about sustainability. Let's now talk about resilience. Yes, so I just want, you all have built a model called EBS, right? Energy Business System. And I just want to understand how a model, a very structured model like EBS, how is it really helping manufacturing organizations to build more resilience and more importantly, responsive operations, given the volatile demand and the challenge that we confronted today?
Yes. This LG business system responds in both the ways of managing the daily challenges as well as envisaging certain risk and then proactively working on building our business system to respond to. Right? When I talk about a daily challenge, it's done through our LG work management system, wherein a group of team for a process line, if I talk about it, they talk about yesterday's performance and what is the kind of challenges in case if you have it for today's performance and things like that, discuss on the constraints, and then they do take actions on ground, and then that brings the stability to the process, give the less surprises at the end of the day. This goes into whatever 35 workstations, what we have as the LG works management systems. This day in day out is being performed more systematically, and therefore we are seeing that our daily performance levels are met. When it comes to the supply chain disruption like the one which is currently happening, we are also adequately planning our system into we are following a pull system. Certain when we are having about 300 plus variants of compressors to get produced, and there are different timelines, time series, we get customer orders, and then what kind of a model we need to build on, what kind of compressors we need to manufacture for the day. It goes into that level of detailing with the ambiguity of whether my my line will get fully utilized or not for the day. How do I ensure it? So the planning team takes the SNOP process, as one of the panel member also clearly mentioned about. Last 2 years we are into the implementing the SNOP process and refining it. So at a strategic level as well as with the daily management level, we are able to overcome the challenges and then bring the manufacturing, the capacity as well as capability. The second phase I want to talk about is on problem solving. EBS is all about bringing the continuous improvement mindset every level in the organization, right? So and therefore the right tools and techniques are being given to the people, and their mindset is always towards working on how do I change the situation wherever. So that brings the resilience to the business operations.
Thank you for sharing, Govindraj. Deepak, over to you. And Deepak, now, the twin mandate is established, right? You need digital transformation, you need sustainability, and of course, we are given that you need technology to weave into the overall strategy. Now, as tech leaders, where do they prioritize tech investments to really get that outcome, the measurable impact that you want to see? So, how do you really prioritize the tech investments? I know it's not easy now today to ask for budgets for higher spend, but how easy or difficult it is today, in today's terms?
Thanks. See, the biggest challenge has been about ROI, as in any program. But there's always sufficient business data that helps define what the priority should be. And pretty much when you start looking at sustainability, it translates into the really heavy consumption area. So we start looking at energy. So it's spoke about the energy and being translated into how do you measure it as a KPI guideline. I think that's a big shift. And that needs a lot more digital capability and transformation that happens in the enterprise, where you start to look at measuring, let's say at a meter and a sub-meter level, at an asset level, looking at a material, at the whole flow of activities that happens on the factory floor. And that requires a lot of instrumentation and I would say sequencing of sensors across the entire process chain that you would have within the factory. So that hard-hitting assets are where you probably the high spend areas are where you would start to look at. And again, aligning it very closely with the SDG goals that all the companies have. If you just look at just purely from a consumer goods perspective, right? The GSG is significant on the agriculture side, but that's an area which again comes into both the fuel, right? That's the actual sourcing side. But then you can really work with your suppliers to be able to understand what are the initiatives being taken to make the whole process of growing a crop to giving visibility in terms of the yield, to the chemical and the water usage, and then how does it get translated down here? But that's definitely a priority. But then when you come back into what would you really invest in right now, would be something that you would do internally and start focusing on some of these high-end, high expense, high spend, direct goals that you have. And that's an easy. Second part is translating it into, for example, going beyond the metrics that you would measure, is to be able to identify across the value chain the next set of areas that you probably need to expand on, which is absolute consolidation, right? The biggest challenge today has been the data harmonization. Earlier in the past, you wouldn't have the right ways of looking at how your assets were being named, the standardization around it, bringing back all of that into a harmonized platform, and I think that's given today. All the leaders in the business are very clear that there is an effort that needs to be put in, and investments will need to be made beyond sensors and instrumentation. Focus on these areas, which again is an extension, right? For example, I really need to know how am I, let's take an example of the whole yield percentage that you probably have, right? And waste tracking. Unless you have measures in which the team which is looking at quality and looking at measuring how you are tracking it down to the data lineage and track it to a particular batch and understand what has actually been impacted, right, for the yield. So maybe there is a change in the process that you need to do, which you probably have not done before, and because of the data analytics and the insights that have come in, and what has enabled this is the data platform. So the use cases are there today, and a lot of the investments that you rightly asked is actually driven by the hard-hitting, high-impact ones, which are primarily energy and things that you could pretty much do to improve yield. Again, water consumption, right? Very simple. And again, in an industry that I come from, it's all about cleaning in place, right? CIP, as most of you would know, is a water consumption is significant across the whole life cycle of how you would use water to keep the equipment safe, and finally hygienic for your next run. And that again is a significant measure in the past, where you would probably look at manuals being written, calculations offline. But today, through all the sensors and the instrumentation today, with the tagging and back into a particular batch and the kind of product that you're manufacturing or the category or subcategory manufacturing, you know very clearly that these are the right ways to optimize and then have the right cleaning cycle implemented, which again brings down to the point that my co-founder spoke about, right? How are you able to optimize further and then know exactly how you're able to measure. These three are probably the hard-hitting ones, and I think there are sufficient opportunities for us from an IT perspective that I represent to work with the business leaders to be able to implement and put together a strong business case.
Thanks, Deepak. And I'm going to come to Bala next. After that, we are going to open it up to the audience. So just keep your questions ready to the panelists. So Bala, let's talk about the circular economy, right? And here, just want to understand, and the circular economy deals with both reverse logistics, as material recovery, correct? So in your view, what are the operational capabilities that are most critical to make the circular supply chains really work at scale?
That's an excellent question. I just want to let the panel and also the whole team here to know that we did a research circular economy. And what we did, we just picked three markets, US, Europe and China. We also picked OEM supplier, tier one supplier who makes the battery, also the recycling. So some of the takeaways came up in the discussion. It starts with the design. So how effective your design will be, so that the design contributes, in my point of view, at least 40%. But using the recycled material in your design, and every engineer having a metric, when they design, they need to keep the recyclability in mind. Okay, that's how that whole measure starts. And also, we see the closed loop manufacturing. So when you start making it, then assume take an electric vehicle where you make a battery and then you use for primary use, where the battery, the electric vehicle battery is with the vehicle and then moving. And then you use that battery for a secondary storage. So after the lifetime, right, secondary storage. And then you try to extract material as much as possible from the battery. Yes, if you take, there are couple of battery chemistries normally used. In China uses largely lithium ferrous phosphate, or nickel, manganese, cobalt. There is more high cost, high energy density, but high weight also, right? Cost wise also. So that recyclability, how much you can extract from the end of life battery and then reuse that. All should happen with more cost competitive, because as soon as you go through recycling, again you compare with your cost energy, so that you don't take the virgin material and start building them. So the entire element, if you see manufacturing, like I said, design, manufacturing, and then the recyclability of the product, so all that comes under the circular economy. And the more and more we practice, you try to give this feedback back to the engineering, the product development teams, and the manufacturing who uses the battery in a better way. I just also want to quickly share how much we use our gravitational force in the shop floor. So we recently did a project. So like you use our battery operated trucks, battery operated movements, and still we do some level of more mechanical, power oriented, rather than we don't use. In Japanese, they say karakuri. Karakuri is the project. You Google it and see karakuri. It's more completely with gravitational force. And those layout design, in setting up the layout design in manufacturing, also brings down the energy consumption. These are all few examples I would like to share on circular economy. Thank you.
Bala, how do you deal with waste?
Yeah, waste, what we do, there is a clear metric, a landfill. Our target is zero landfill. Right? If I take a battery, for example, in US, in Ford, we have a partnership with Redwood Materials, who at least get 95% of battery materials getting recovered, right? So waste is very, very minimal. And those waste, we also sell it, and it is for more construction, road construction and all that. So actually, we don't lose anything. Even in our factory, the standard what we use across all the sites is recycling water. And that water, whatever we don't use, like from paint shop and for all those where higher water consumption, that goes into garden, and try to maximize the reuse rather than buying a fresh water. Okay, so that's the concept.
Thank you. So the floor is open for questions now. So my request is first to get a mic for the person who's going to ask the question. And we have a gentleman here. If you can, let's get a mic for him.
Sir, can you, the mic is coming to you. Please introduce yourself and also please mention to whom you're asking the question to.
Yeah, my name is Chandrasekhar Malireddy. Hello? Yeah, my name is Chandrasekhar Malireddy. I'm team leader for autonomous management for Glass, Saint Gobain Glass, Saint Gobain. My question is mainly on energy monitoring and optimization, and of course reduction for a period of time. Okay, neatly explain. But what doubt we have is we have a lot of digital. We are monitoring a lot of energy, what is happening where and what. But what is the lagging is where the loss part is occurring. There are two reasons, as rightly explained on the compressor, or where majority of the thing loss is through leaks or whatever thing happens in the process and all. But maybe some filter chokes can happen and some oil contamination can happen. A lot of constraints things are there. There is the part of sensing and bringing out. This is the part alerting this, please, you are losing this energy. And if you do like this, that kind of interactive softwares or interactive digital devices are yet to see, because I have not yet. We do a lot of innovations, we do discussions on ISO 50,000 and all. But the thing is, there we could see a lot of things to be explored yet. If there are any insights from your side, please.
Go ahead. Thank you for the question. LG compressors, few years back, when I talk about the air alert as a solution, which has been introduced to this, but that time it was a kind of, add-on service if the customer wanted to choose that service for. Wherein the sensors inbuilt do give the alerts, signals to the operator or to the people, those who are responsible for managing it in advance. It actually has a background algorithm taking the various readings and then trying to see if there are any fault instances in the past and then giving the signal appropriately. The new age compressors, now it's coming as a part of the basic design and a part of the process itself. So this is one thing which is happening. On the energy monitoring, what we do at LG for our own during the manufacturing of compressors. For example, if I just want to quote one example of US compressors, when it is being sent for US, we need to test it as part of the process. We are having a separate testing facility which runs only on diesel. So there's a diesel emission, and it generates certain operating conditions, and then the compressors are getting tested. Internal team, they have developed a system, a normal electrical driven motors, which is the test motors, can get simulated to the condition what the the energy related performance need to get tested. So what we did is we just cut off the diesel generators for the use of generating that kind of voltage, and so alternate mode of. So that kind of thinking is also helped us to cut down the diesel consumptions very drastically. We are very proud to say that every other DG set which is there in operations, even hourly, but all if the DG is supposed to be in operation, how many hours it has run, and then what kind of fuel efficiency the diesel generators are being operated. Everything is now being digitally made available to the people. Those are taking the right actions, to take any kind of preventive measures. Raji, you want to add to what?
So yeah, I'll just like to share something on what we do at SRF. So Saint Gobain being again a manufacturing industry, so the problems will be more likewise. So I'll just share about when we started this journey of energy savings, mostly it's on utilities which can be saved, right? If you take a ballpark figure, mostly it's in the compressed air system, around 30% energy consumptions, right? Remaining will be on chilled water systems or the other processes that are there, part of utilities. So again, what we did is we went in for data analytics for utilities. Now, how does it help us? So we were thinking it's way off in utilities. We should not have data analytics in utilities. We are already monitoring it, right? But to my surprise, when you start monitoring it day in, day out, and we talk of daily management. So daily management is day in, day out,
We have a SAM meeting, shift assembly meeting, where we discuss on the consumption levels. Now, in our case, what happens, the consumptions are dependent on production as well as utilities on the climatic conditions and the enthalpy and all, right? There are a lot of factors to be built into in data analytics. Once we have a gamut of these data built into, the data analysis throws up figures for you to analyze it further. You won't believe it, you can optimize energy losses to a great extent by doing it. To a great extent. I may say around 70-75% of your compressor consumptions, leakages can still be identified and be arrested timely. Mostly it's about identifying timely and then getting into the action mode of arresting it. That's the first part. So compressed air, chilled water systems. Go for higher energy efficient chillers that are available. You have energy efficient chillers that are there in place today, giving a much better efficiencies than what was earlier. You go for boilers, you'll have condensate recovery systems, steam leakages. There are all losses which you talk of. Arresting each and every one of these utilities. Pumps, you take motors, for example, highly energy efficient motors, pumps that are available in place. Upgraded. For a period of time, the BEP points would have changed. You would have had some expansion taking place. You may not be thinking of the BEP point that is changing. Well, you need to again reassess, going for the highly efficient motors and the pumps that are there in place. Insulation leakages. Now we talk about boilers insulation. How do we check leakages? These are daily management things that really plays a role in overall energy consumption reduction. You have a baseline for energy consumption, you can further improve. So we talk MIT. Maintain, improve, then transform. You maintain it, you improve it further to see that technologies can be used to improve it, and then you transform it to the next level. That's how we do it. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, great. We'll have time for just one last question. Anyone else has a question? Please raise your hand. Anyone else has a question? I guess not. So we've anyway completely run out of time. I wish to thank each of the four panelists for sharing their perspectives on a very, very interesting topic, very, very pertinent topic, obviously. I just want to summarize this whole discussion by just sharing one summary sentence, and that is that when you talk about the factory of the future, it is not just factories being smart, but it is also factories which are a lot more efficient. It is also factories which are circular, and more importantly, factories which are resilient. Right. So on that note, I would like to summarize the discussion and hand it back to Sujata.
Thank you, Sunil. I missed most of the discussions, so I cannot say I am much aware of what you discussed. But thank you for each one of you for being taking time out during these difficult times, sharing your opinion. Thanks a lot. One group photo. We'll now move on to our third session of the day, that is the third panel, wherein we have leaders coming together to talk about the disruption decoded, how to navigate the twin transition. So we stand at a very fascinating juncture in the global manufacturing landscape, as you know, which is defined by unprecedented convergence of advanced digital technologies and an urgent and undeniable mandate for sustainability. So this is not just a revolution, but it is a twin transition that is needed, wherein we have to talk about digital and green revolution that is fundamentally reshaping the operational efficiency and increasing the supply chain resilience and redefining the very skills required in our workforce. The statistics underscore the urgency and the opportunity. If you have read the recent Deloitte survey, which revealed that 80% of manufacturing executives plan to invest 20% or more of their improvement budgets into smart manufacturing initiatives, recognizing it as a primary driver for competitiveness over the next 3 years. But this investment is not just about productivity, it is about increasingly intertwined with the environmental responsibility. So, however, this transformation is also about building or rather bridging this talent gap. Green jobs apparently are 1.5 times tighter than the other jobs, and the ICT jobs are 22.7 times tighter, highlighting the critical need for upskilling and attracting new talent. So today we have the privilege of hearing from a distinguished panel of leaders who are at the forefront of navigating this complex yet incredibly promising twin transition. May I call upon my panel members, Mr. Tentu Venkatramana, Chief Executive Officer, Ramkrishna Titagar Rail Wheels Limited, Dr. Tej Pochiraju, Founder and CEO, IoT Ready, and Dr. Arul Shanmugasundaram, CEO and MD, Sweat Energy Systems. Unfortunately, Mr. Ramanathan could not make it because times are such that there are contingency meetings happening across the manufacturing sector. So, I'll start with you, Mr. Venkatramana. So, Ramakrishna Titagar Rail Wheels is established as a state-of-the-art forged wheels manufacturing facility. Given the energy-intensive nature of wheel manufacturing, that is heavy manufacturing sector, how are you integrating digital technologies such as advanced analyticals and automation to achieve a significant gain in energy efficiency and reduce the carbon footprint for your production process?
Yeah, good afternoon to all. So I think it's a tough time, but please be bear with us. So coming to our company, just I wanted to take a few seconds to brief about this company because it's a company of national importance. Because this is a company which manufactures forged wheels for railways. This is the first time we are putting up a plant which is one of the top 5 plants in the world. And not only in terms of capacity, in terms of the kind of generative automation systems and digital technologies what we are using first time new. So this is a plant that's very much in Chennai, and we have got 20 years contract with Indian Railways to supply all those forged railway wheels. So far, down to today is been importing from various countries. This is a purely Atmanirbhar Bharat initiative. So coming to your question, see, when you talk about energy conservation and energy saving, which is of course a topic need to be discussed across the industries. Now, it should not be discussed in isolation. It's an integrated process, and we are talking about the brownfield projects or maybe greenfield projects. When you talk about the brownfield projects, it's a step-by-step process. Maybe you can take 2 steps together, maybe 4 steps together, maybe 1 step based on the size of the industry. If you talk about the greenfield projects, it's an integrated approach right from day one. That should be the part of whole ecosystem of your industry. Now, what we did here, we did it in a 5-stage process in this. Not only energy conservation, we talk about technology implementation also. The first thing is that what we did is that we used the digital drives and we used the 3D technologies to simulate how our plant would be in future before making the layouts. So that is the most important thing. That is the technology which is driving India now. It was not the case earlier 15-10 years back. We used to do the plant layouting, plant equipment sequencing, single material flow, everything based on our experience. Of course, that has a magnitude and gravity, but now the technologies are there, we should use those technologies. We did that one. Based on that, we prepared our layout. Based on that, in the early morning, the first presentation what they showed is that how it was. And then we saw the equipment layer, positioning and see the material flow. What does it mean is that, based on that, what you can see is that how can you reduce the material flow? How can you cut down the material flow? How can you save the energy in each and every station? And how can you optimize the entire end-to-end process? And at the end, component which is coming at minimum possible time. So that we did the first stage. And second stage, what we did is that the automation. 100% automation we did. Right from the raw material input, after completion of the whole process, the wheel coming out. So it takes around 85 seconds for one wheel to come out from the raw material stage to after the thermal treatment. Not machining, machining is separate. So in 85 seconds, one post wheel comes out. If you compare this one, the world standards, we are the best. There are companies in Russia, there are companies in USA, there are companies in Ukraine, but this is the plant which is going to give the best of the best. That is the second thing. The entire operations are automated. We no manpower intervention. It's a completely operated plant. And the third stage, what we did is the centralized data collection and monitoring and analyzing. That is the most important thing. So what we did is that each station has got its own automation system. It's more AI intelligence, whatever we call it as, it has got its own intelligence system to capture the data, critical to quality, critical to the product, and critical to the final customer requirements. The entire data will be captured, that each station, then we have integrated everything into the MES system. That's the manufacturing equipment system. Most of the people are talking about that one in India, and most of the many companies implemented also. But these kind of big plants implementing the MES system integratedly from one stage to another, maybe one of these kind.
Okay.
That is the third thing. The fourth thing what we do is that so how to use your fixed assets smartly. That means the equipment performs as per the desired technical deliverables. But what are the peripheral support that machine requires? That could be utilities, what we discussed about. That could be other, if you talk about our plant, the water supply is a main important thing. How to control the water. And second thing is that if you talk about the machine shop, how to take out the chips so quickly so that there should not be any interruptions. And so forth, so many things are there. So what we did is that for each machine, whatever the peripheral facilities are required to deliver the best product. And the fifth one is, the last one is how to scale it up, how to make it reliable. Because the railway wheels means it's a high safety critical item. The reliability and long life is very important. For that also what we did is that there will be different variants of railway wheels. There are Venda Bharat, there are bullet trains, there are normal coaches, there are wagons. Lot number of wheels are there. How we can interchange this process immediately without losing the time, and with the given equipment, how many variants we can make. That is the scalability. And second thing is reliability. Reliability comes from whatever I discussed, all these points. Reliability comes from the adherence of your process to the technological parameters, and repeatedly we will have to deliver the same. So these are the 5 things what we have ensured, and the plant is under commissioning now, and we are happy to inform that by end of this March we produce the baby. So that way we are contributing to the nation one way or other.
Okay. My next question is to Dr. Arul Kumar Shanmugasundaram. You have recently transferred the CEO and MD for Spirit Energy. So the twin transition requires to rethink both their digital backbone as well as the sustainability roadmap simultaneously. So from your vantage point as a CEO and MD, how should manufacturing companies architect their transformation journey so that both these factors, digitization and sustainability, reinforce each other rather than run parallel?
Thank you. So see, Swelect has both things. We have manufacturing in a significant way. We do manufacture solar modules, we do manufacture the balance of systems for the solar manufacturing ecosystem. So we have a significant manufacturing. Of course, the module manufacturing may be a bit advanced than the traditional manufacturing in terms of MES and all that. But one of the things we do have is what I say is a zero carbon factory. Our energy is entirely green for the factory. In fact, only for the C2 hours, that's the evening times, we were buying power. For that also now the battery costs have significantly come down. So we're implementing a BESS systems so that we can supply that power also. So we'll be entirely a green powered factory. And that's not just for green. Honestly, it's not just for green. It's also economically smart because my cost of power is at least 2 rupees less compared to if I buy the power from the grid. I don't know how many of you here do the group captive and buy renewable power. If I can see a show of hands in the audience. So I don't know. I don't see so many people raising their hands, but I think there's definitely a 2 rupees or even a higher benefit. Of course, if you consider C5, maybe the benefit will be 1 rupee 50 paisa or 2, but there's a higher benefit of almost 2 rupee 40 paisa in terms of buying green power vis-a-vis using the regular power from the grid. Right? Plus, I think if you are exporting it to Europe and you have the CBAM and all these requirements, then you have the ability to get a lower rates and not pay the tax penalty in Europe. So I think this is something we implemented in our factory, and Swelect, honestly, I think as I said, we have two roles. One, we have manufacturing of our own, but we also supply energy. We also do energy sales, right? So we do energy sales with our solar, and recently we have also added BESS. So if you have an industry, we can supply power to you from the solar during the day and also during the C2 hours with a battery system, where we can set up the plant and supply the power in a group captive mode. So this is something we can do, and we can help your energy transition journey to reduce your cost and increase your green quotient. It's like a no-brainer in terms of the money. And as I said, we have implemented almost the zero carbon factories in all our manufacturing. And so I have obviously two roles, right? One is as a manufacturer, we do the energy transition. We produce material which helps the energy transition, which is the solar modules. And as a provider, energy sales provider, we also provide green energy to consumers who want to avail that facility, and we support the energy transition. And so this is on the energy transition part. Come to the digital transition. Next question, or you want me to cover that now? So the digital transition, so one of the things, when you're talking about energy transition also has a fairly larger digital element to it. Because what's happening is when you're talking about green power, you're talking about renewable power, which is reliant on weather. It's not a firm power. It's not like a coal-based power where I can be assured I'll get the energy X or Y at the time I want or for choosing I want. Because there is a sun, there is a wind, which are not so predictable and which vary on a daily basis, right? So now the trend is to provide a round-the-clock renewable power. So we have to combine the sources of wind, source of solar, and then the source of battery, and provide a constant power to you. Right? Now that requires, and I've done a lot of, I've played with a lot of AI, but this is one of the most difficult tasks, I can tell you, predicting the weather or projecting the weather and making sure you get a round-the-clock renewable 24/7. It's not a trivial task. To be honest, I had two joint development programs with Microsoft, with the US team, European team working, and it worked great on the model. When we started implementing, it was like, no, it's not working. Because what happens is typically in the AI, there's an over-parameterization, what you call, because the noise is not the same. Today's noise is different from tomorrow's noise, and the model over-parameterizes it, and it works great for a set of data, and then when you start shadowing or putting it in the real world,
So there is a significant need for a digital solution or a digital forecasting for the weather, and also a smart integration of the different sources of energy to provide a round-the-clock renewable in this space. And this is something, it's still early stages. I don't think anyone has solved it yet, but I think this is a fairly significant transition that's happening, I would say, in the energy industry. It's not, see, anyone can produce solar power, anyone can produce wind power. I don't think that's the challenge. The challenge is how do you smartly use those power to give the 24/7 characteristics of the power people buy. I think that's where the future of the energy transition is also, and it's very much linked to the digital transition. It's not simply an energy transition which is going to happen on its own. There is a fair amount of digital effort that needs to happen, because if you're just selling solar, which was okay when solar was a very small percentage of the grid, you generate, you sell. Now as the percentage of solar or wind is significantly increasing in the grid, you can't just sell it into the thing. So, and I think the grids become unstable. If I do that, frequency goes, all those problems come in a much larger scale. So it's really important to smartly combine and deliver the energy on a round-the-clock basis so that the energy transition can happen in a sustainable way. Just increasing solar and wind is not going to drive that. It's just the smart combination of solar, wind with battery and getting the round-the-clock is probably the only way the energy transition can also progress to a larger scale and a larger capacity.
Just a follow-up question on that. When we say about solar panel or wind turbines, how sustainable are they in terms of recycling or disposing them?
I think today solar recycling is happening, right? Because if you take solar, most of the technologies are, what do you have in solar? It's sand essentially. Silicon is sand. You have silver, sand, and glass. Glass is also sand, right? Quartz ultimately. But so the raw material is not, at least the 80-95% of the solar metals are silicon-based panels. And even in India, I think First Solar has set up a manufacturing right in Chennai, where they can take the panels and recycle it, right? So that's already set up. So I don't think that is so much of a challenge on the solar. And I think, of course, the typical question is also what is the energy used for manufacturing the solar, and what is the energy that it's going to generate over its life cycle. But the number, I think whatever I recollect, is about a year, right? A year worth of energy generated from the solar panel is sufficient to pay for the energy that's used to make the panel in terms of end-to-end raw material from zero to the end panel, right? So 1.5 years, it's very less, right? The remaining 23 years, you still get the carbon-free energy, right? Wind, of course, a little bit of a challenge, especially with the blades. Right? I know there are a lot of efforts ongoing to do the blade recycling, right? Because those are carbon fibers. It's not. I think I know there are efforts, but I don't know how well they have progressed. I've seen a lot of reuse of those things, but I think you will see increasing number of them coming off because India started this wind journey early, especially the state of Tamil Nadu. So I think definitely there will be a need to recycle those turbines.
Okay. Dr. Pochiraju, coming to you. You are the service provider. Your organization specializes in operational traceability and real-time data. So how do your IoT solutions directly enable manufacturing companies to achieve their twin transition goal by providing actionable insights related to human-centric activity?
If I may, right? So yeah, the twin transition started in the 80s, right? It's a new phrase. My co-founder, Dr. Jay Warrior, is the inventor of HARP, H-A-R-P, the original protocol used to connect machines. I used to work in machine-to-machine communications back in late 2010, 2000s rather. The marketing phrase has come up lately, and it's great that there's greater adoption. A lot of the twin transition story has focused on machines. Right? So what's on the machine, what's on the conveyor line, what can, and that's easier, and it's great that we're starting somewhere. Because the machines are not moving anywhere, they're very deterministic, you know what sensors to put in, get an Allen Bradley, get a Siemens, you get some data, slap a beautiful dashboard on it, you have trends. To us, these are what we call legible systems, right? Very structured. We work in the illegible systems. So illegible systems are your processes, your human-centric activities, what's happening. Once the product has come off, you're 90 seconds later, the FG has come off, the wheel is somewhere. How do you track it? How do you ensure that the put away is correct? When materials are going out, the right materials are going to the right people, the right grades, all of that data, right? So to us, twin transition, if you pardon the pun, has to take twin tracks. One is about the machines, the other one has to be about the people. So what we are working on is how do you enable these processes to be traceable, for the SOPs to be digitized, enforced, and real-time feedback. I spoke about this in the morning, and that's been a lot of our focus that week.
During your presentation, you mentioned about eliminating manual data entry errors. So, can you elaborate on how accurate your real-time data collection through IoT devices not only optimizes production but also supports sustainability reporting and compliance?
Accuracy perspective is as accurate as the scan that you're doing, right? So in terms of statistical data, at companies like Vedanta, etc., we brought down their audit traceability and audit log mismatches down to minimal, 0.1, 0.2% at that level. We're talking across 300 odd warehouses across the aluminum sector. The big basket type scale, we spoke about the fruit and veg space. The wastage, the fill storage after packaging used to be 1.5% above. After packaging, we've eliminated. And wastage is not fully eliminated, we're still working on it. Wastage is when things get spoiled on the shelves. What are they using our system for? They're using our system to actually get a real-time stock levels across everywhere. Now, the latest one is hub-to-hub transfer, so dark stores to dark stores. So you would notice that today if you go on to Zomato, Big Basket, Swiggy, you look for a product that says out of stock, but then at the same time someone else across the city is able to order that product. Not just that, we've been working with vendors and manufacturers of these products, and they say, okay, we have no stock here, we have liquidation happening at the same time in another. Right? So this real-time visibility actually helps move products from hub to hub and prevent that. So that's one example. Another example that actually has a direct sustainability impact. Some of our customers are using our system to track the carbon impact of their transition. A lot of these are very distinct habits and models. Another use case, one of the local companies Sundaram Hospital is working with us to track the waste generation to disposal cycle using asset tracking. It's slightly unheard of thing because most of the time asset tracking or inventory tracking is happening at the RM or FG. But what about the waste? It's a question of what are the problem statements that you're looking at from a sustainability or a quality perspective, where can identity tracking or tracking help you in your process.
Okay. Moving on to you, Mr. Venkatramana. The rail industry is critical when it comes to sustainable transportation. So how does your company envision the role of this transformation which can enhance durability, safety and overall life cycle management of rail wheels?
Sustainability and then the processes. That is actually, these are the two words. We give different names. That would be Industry 4.0, Industry 4.0, digitalization, whatsoever you call it. What is required is that the processes and the sustainable product and sustainable business indicators. These are the main things. So this is very important for us, especially when you're talking about product like railway wheels. It's furthermore very important, not for the business point of view, and it's in the point of safety point and the reputation point of view. Because each wheel has to run almost 1.5 lakh kilometers wheel. After that, they will change the wheel. So without interruption, without any problem, the wheel has to. Then, in that case, the repeatability of the processes and sustainability is very important. What we are doing is that. That's why it warrants to have each and every minute details are to be captured in each and every station. And the intelligence has to be incorporated in each and every station, that those parameters have to be analyzed, and that is, the feedback has to be given real time. So that's what we are working with. MES is one part of that. MES migrates the data to the next level, whereas SAP and other things are. But what we are doing is that wherever there is even minor deviations, not causing any critical to quality deviations, but still we wanted to observe and see. That monitoring will give us that, gives a leverage that it should not escalate too much. So to add to that one, so what starts first is that the middle sourcing. Most of the people don't talk about this. So most of the problems originates from the material defects or material irregularities. Because especially when you talk about the steel and steel related products. So when you talk about automobile forgings and castings, these things are not discussed often, but it's important. But here it's obvious and mandatory to discuss. So what we are doing is that two fronts. One is the environment point of view. The other one is the product reliability and sustainable performance point. Environment point of view, what we are doing is that we are purchasing the raw material from the sources where they are following the routes of recycling methods. Like most of the scrap will be recycled scrap, not from the blast furnace route, maybe through the electrical furnace, mostly by 88-90% of scrap. That is one point. To ensure the environmental effect, that could be scope 1, scope 2, scope 3, whatever may be. That trades comes to us later. That is merely a calculation. The second point is that to ensure the quality of the raw material, we are adhering to all those latest technologies to reduce all those harmful gases, harmful impurities from the steel. So what is great in that, you may ask, but the greatness is that anybody can make steel. There are so many steel plants out there. But these kind of steels can be made by a few people only. If you talk about the people in India, only one company is there who can make this kind of steel to us. We are sourcing from that, and we cannot import from other countries. So what we have to do is that we are developing other people. So that is the one thing where, in order to get a sustainable production product, so that is one thing we are ensuring from the raw material stage. As for the digital transformation concerned, what I talked about, that even from the small station, like a marking station, in the marking station also, we do ensure that the data should be coming real time. And how do we ensure to analyze this one? We will have a centralized data system, wherein automatically the system will tell us. This is again, we are talking about AI and all. It's already there. So what we are doing is that we are putting the input parameters to that. If that defect is going behind certain limit or some parameters we define, that automatically decides whether it should go in or out. We are talking about that, but we are already implementing this one. So that's about the process sustainability point. When you talk about the other things, when you talk about sustainability, we don't talk about the human capital. You need to have a talented people there. When I say talented, you don't get the talented people ready-made. Even if they're there, because this product is a new product for India. So we don't have people like that who can readily come and deliver it. What we have to do is that we have to identify the capable people, bring them, give the training, and then put them onto the place. So that wherever the intervention of analysis and final decision has to be given, these people can take the right decisions. At the end of the day, whatever you do, the final decision for the anything, somewhere somebody has to take the decision. So that's with that front. And third thing what we are doing is that plug these people once they get trained into the culture of the product, the culture of the organization also. So these are the few things what we are following to maintain the sustainable product and of course sustainable business processes. Now talking about the sustainable business processes, when you have this kind of automation, I am not getting into the details. When you have this kind of automation system, then your OE automatically get to know online. You get to know about the behavior of the machines, condition monitoring and all those things we call it as, but you can see the real time. So once you know that, what happens is that your entire plant will be reliable plant. So if you have a reliable plant, your top line and bottom line will be taken care. At the same time, you can meet the sustainable results to the end customer also. So these are the few things what we are following. Of course, there are many things to talk, but it takes much time.
You mentioned about the kind of talent that is required to go through this journey. So, considering there is a rapid pace of technological change which is happening right now, how can manufacturers ensure their workforce remain agile and adaptable, continuously acquiring the new skills needed for smart manufacturing?
This is the one of the for any organization, people talk about CEOs and CXOs, talk about the business, money, whatever. For them is this is the point. If you don't have a right people in right place, right talent, things will not move. Things definitely will not move. Maybe limited manpower we may have, but those people are some good people. So this is now what the system what we are following is. So just to give perspective. So we have some good experienced people, and the gaps are identified. The training will be given to them and the respective areas. That's one part. The second part, what we are doing is that we are taking people from the engineering colleges afresh. That is the if you take the fresh people to your system, they are fresh and the technology also new. What they learn first out of the college is the first thing they learn. So that is the biggest advantage. If you take some experienced guy and teach them, they will learn, but they will carry some burden from the previous experience. You cannot mold them 100% what you want. So what we are doing is that we are recruiting around 35-40 people because it's completely automated plant. So we need few people, but we are taking around 30 to 40 people. The fresh people already taken, some people. So we are giving training to them, on-job training first, and then offline training. Okay, and then we will educate them and we'll test them once they are ready, and then we'll put it to the job. So that is the one way of addressing this problem. Otherwise, it's a problem for us. In my previous organization also, we did the same thing. We have not recruited anybody from anything. Right from day one, zero, project zero, we recruited people from all the levels, from the local colleges, NITs, IITs, IIMs, from day one. After project is ready, after 3 years, they are ready to take the charge. Okay. So you have to take that kind of a, what you can say, initiative to teach the people, get them trained, and make them ready to go. So what we think is that we pay the money and people will come and deliver, but that concept generally doesn't work this kind of way. So that's what we are doing. So infusing some experienced people, bringing some fresh blood into that one. Training. The secret is training. So that's what that will work for us.
Okay. Dr. Arul Kumar, what's your opinion?
Skill development is very critical in terms of the space side, because this is for example, in the solar manufacturing, we have moving up the value chain. Currently, we are all doing modules, and yes, there is a certain significant capacity of module manufacturing that's come into the country. But because of that, there has been a significant shortfall. So the one way to do it is to proactively develop skill development at the university level or the diploma level, because see, in manufacturing it's not that we need only engineers, we need the technicians, trained technicians and diploma holders. So we have to engage with the institutions which are local, preferably local, because we need a workforce which would stay with us long term, and train them, develop a curriculum for training the people so that they can learn the technologies and contribute. I think that is the early stage. Of course, that may not be sufficient because ultimately we need to have some hands-on training or on-the-job training. But at least to start with, we engage with the local institutions to give them a training, hands-on training, or we integrate some of it in the curriculum so that we'll have the people who are at least familiar with the material when they come in, so they're not completely. But then enhance it with the on-the-job training in the factory floor. And we also have a constant training we run on a weekly basis. In our manufacturing, we have a mandatory 1 hour or 2 hour training where we introduce people to different elements of manufacturing or the latest developments so that they also come up to speed.
Okay, coming to you, Dr. Koshiraju, there are many manufacturers face challenges when they are integrating IoT solutions, existing legacies, legacy processes. So, what is your organization's approach to seamless integration, and how does this facilitate a smoother and faster adoption of smart factory principles?
So legacy systems, or in terms of machines, we don't really integrate with because we're not a machine integration company, but processes certainly. I'll speak to that. I was having a conversation with someone from the audience earlier, just before lunch, and we were talking about how a lot of the digital transformation projects fail. My experience and from conversations with folks, a lot of the failures stem from projecting well into the future, like 2 years down the road. Okay, this is, here's the Accenture 18-month billable hour project, that we go live with eventually, and they realize that the goalposts are different. And fortunately, a lot of us have seen that, have been part of it. The approach we take is iterative. So we pick small problems, we pick small timelines. If you're not able to go live in about 3 months, we're probably not the right partner. So in the sense that we're looking at problem statements from the perspective that any system that we build is a living system that will, it is not a final system, it's not the classical software waterfall versus agile where we agile, right? So the reason we look at it that way is because in the way the technology is moving, the way the economies are moving, things are changing very rapidly. In the time that I can take quick commerce as an example. In the time that we started working with quick commerce, when we started working with BigBasket, they were number 1 by some distance. The others were not even in the rearview mirror. And now they're number 4. And not just that, delivery time has went from tomorrow morning to 10 minutes, right? A lot of these actually drive different changes in how you structure your warehouses, your processes, etc. That all happened in the last 4 years. So you can't actually start with a project saying, okay, I'll take 12 months to build something, and then 12 months again to amend it. So the agility, the iterative ability of the platform, the system, is how we are able to approach these things, and we look at it from the perspective of the legacy process. What is it that we can digitize into an SOP here? And where a traceability comes. I used to like saying that traceability is followed, not adopted. I've come to sort of back away a little bit from that. It has to be adopted, and it is adopted by people at the ground level, at the floor level, if it's not disruptive. If it adapts to what they're already doing, it works. If you're trying to change too many things too fast, they will reject it, right? And if they reject it, it doesn't matter how good the technology is, it's all still good. So, iterative, adaptive, the way that they're approaching.
Okay, one common question to all of you, starting with Dr. Arul Sharma. What role do government policies and industry partnerships play in accelerating this transition? Or, what are the specifics of frameworks that most beneficial?
The energy transition wise, the government has been active. In fact, the policies have a very significant role to play in facilitating green energy, whether it's a open access policy, whether it's a battery subsidy, or import. So there's so many policies related to the grid code, related to open access that is very critical for consumers or manufacturers to benefit from the energy transition. Right? And I think so the government, especially the DISCOMs, the state DISCOMs have a very significant role in facilitating the energy transition. Right? In terms of digital, of course the training maybe is one area where they can definitely support. The government can facilitate proper training programs. I know Tamil Nadu has, with the guidance scheme, they provide support for hiring, training freshers and all that. Right? I think that's a good initiative in terms of skilling, so that the cost of training is not entirely borne by the manufacturer or the company. The government is also supporting that. I think in both areas, I believe the government is doing its part.
See, this is one of the things we need to debate. Because if you talk about the digitalization and energy, the policies are there in place in India. most of the policies have been governed and propagated and controlled by the central government. And most of these policies have not been controlled by state governments. And even state governments don't even propagate and encourage the people to do so. Maybe some state governments may be doing, but very rare. So when the policies are in place, when you have 80 to 90% of MSMEs are in the country, this is the responsibility of the state and as well as the central government to go to them, educate them, make the awareness of the process. What is available, how it will help them, and how it will help the nation in turn. But that much of pain is not seen from the governments. The policies are definitely there, the schemes are there, but those schemes and policies are being utilized by few people. So most of the MSME people even don't know what are the things available, how to do that. The education and training is not there in India, and that is the difference between China and India. We talk about many things about China, India. We are also doing best, but few things like this, and the government is really not taking pain to go there and educate them, because at the end of the day, these are all the pillars of the country. That is the responsibility of the government to, or else you dedicate that, what you can say, you give the powers to the private agencies or maybe state governments to educate them. And see, one unit saved in a day from one industry, in a day how many units will be saved? I am taking a small example. Huge scope is there for the energy conservation, and huge scope is there to implement the digital technologies also in MSMEs also. It doesn't need money to implement these digital transformation tools to optimize the productivity or maybe performance. Only the mindset. Unfortunately, many small scale and medium scale industry promoters, maybe CEOs and CFOs, they don't think in that direction. So ours is a small company, even though they wanted to implement, they just implement just to showcase to the customers. Not, the exact penetration is not there. So in that context, the government has to take initiative, and then they should have some kind of this kind of mission propaganda of these kind of initiatives within India. So these kind of maybe these kind of sessions, these kind of programs, people can go out and then whomsoever comes in interface with you guys, you can tell them and tell them you can do this. There are few private consultants are there, they are doing their best. But still people think that these consultants always say these things for their money. But that's not the case. So a lot of things need to be done in this front. I think it's not only government's responsibility. We as together, everybody, we should do something for this. And of course we are doing, but it takes some more time. When government does it, it takes more time.
We don't work directly with the government. Where we've seen government norms affect our business only in a positive way, because food safety norms actually great for us, because they mandatory labels, etc. We print about 5 million food labels every single day, and I'm sure we wouldn't print as many as the government. A lot of our, I had a lot of prior experience with governments, because I used to be a livestock traceability advisor to various governments, including a reviewer for the policy at the Indian government for Pashu Akhar, etc. And those policies are great policies in general, and I think awareness, certainly I wouldn't know enough to comment on that. In the commercial sector, or at least in the B2B manufacturing space, etc., the norms that we interact with seem to be about 2 levels away. So there's a, let's say a sustainability norm in Europe, there's a vendor or there's a manufacturer who's supplying into Europe, then a downstream supplier to that supplier, and that's how those norms come in. And then suddenly traceability parts, the raw material to FG type use cases that come. Would the governments do more? Yeah, I think more regulations is fantastic. It's great for our business. But I would, beyond that, I would.
Okay, so we have approximately 3 minutes remaining. So my final question, all 3 of you, is for companies just beginning their transition journey, what would be your top piece of advice to ensure success and impact?
For energy transition, I can tell you that we can help you. We can help you get your energy bills reduced and reduce the cost of your energy and do as much increase your green content as a service provider. And maybe there are others like us who can also help you, but certainly we can help you today, and I'm happy to chat with you after the call. In terms of the digital transition, what did you ask? On the digital transition, how do you support see, of course, there are consultants who drive this digital transition. See, with the advent of AI, I think there is, in that space, I think we are in a very disruptive phase. I think, personally, I think large investments right now in that space, in ERP or things like that, is probably not advisable given the extent of AI disruption that's happening in how quickly Claude is taking over the whole scenario, right? So I think, so there is definitely a huge disruption, a huge significant disruption happening there. So we have to be very alert on what's happening and be aware, right? I think it's still, the knowledge is also not there, honestly. Even I don't know what's happening in my space and what was developed yesterday or tomorrow, right? I think that's something we need to be aware and keep our eyes, and before making any large investments, we need to have an overall view and be sensitive to the potential disruptions.
So I would say three things possible. So from what we've seen succeed is young teams. So I'm not saying that I'm 43, right? So I'm not counting on myself definitely once I am. What we've seen, the early 20s, mid-20s, like sir alluded to, fresh out of college, ready to get their hands dirty. We've seen them drive a lot of success with our customers. So when we started off, we would build everything, give it to them. Then they said, hey, can I start building my own dashboards on it? Then we saw people starting to build their own workflows on it. Right? That leads me to the second thing. I would urge every one of you to think in terms of any initiative that you do. That's a big picture and a small picture. So, what's the small use case? But I want everything to be connected together into a single platform. Right? We've seen too many use cases out there which are fragmented and there's 5 different panes of which don't agree with each other. So look at it from a long-term perspective and adopt a platform which allows you to get there. Third, obviously, that's where we are, which is where SAP is not everything. SAP is fantastic, right? But it has its own place. I would urge you not to buy everything from SAP because it's nonsense. Look at other players in the market who are actually giving you the platforms which actually enable SAP to help at the end. And it's not just us, there's plenty of players like us, I'm sure. So what is it that you can buy from a vendor to give you the overall picture, and while keeping your legacy system like this? But start building a small young team in-house. We don't consult, right? So we're a platform play, and we build it and we give it, but we're not a billable ask. The reason is simply this: the cloud has built a billable ask entirely. And if you want digital native employees, then you need to start at some point. Might as well have them in-house than outsource.
So, last touching points. Should we move to the digital and digitization and digitalization both? The answer is yes. With the small MSMEs, the advice is that don't go in big way first. Go step by step. And as you get the results, add on, and add on. So you need to keep a vision for your company. In that vision, these digital technologies should be a part of your. If that vision is not there, whatever we talk, the third point is that when you are investing in a digital technologies, don't keep this as a capex. Don't treat this as a capital expenditure. Keep this as an OPEX, operational expense. Then only you would be able to appreciate and correlate your progress. So when it is an OPEX, then that is a cost that absorbs in the product cost. How much it will be absorbed per kg based on your company size and product size. Maybe 1 paisa, 2 paisa per kg. Just go to that rationally. Then it looks very cheap. So many people think in big way, capex, this, ROI. They get into the most complicated things. Don't get into that. If you can invest 1,000 rupees, invest 1,000 rupees in do small way and then get into the bigger picture. So my advice is that please get into the digital, keep a vision, and this digitalization and all those drives should be part of your vision, and keep it as a OPEX. That's my submission.
Okay, thank you for giving your insights today. Wonderful discussion, a lot of points discussed. I hope it has enlightened the audience also. If you have any questions,
introduce, I'm Chandrasekhar Malireddy from St. Gobain class. Yeah, my question is to Mr. Ravi. On the point of view, on the energy perspective, on solar, wind, and battery you are explaining. For MSMEs, specifically, apart from Kusum and all, how to take it forward on 24/7, no doubt. On the part of, apart from solar, there is a concept called solar towers also. How effective, I'm not sure, but where in some countries they are producing. So that even for one is for MSMEs and household also, more time of power generation can be there, so that it can be a good model to go across in future. Are there any insights into that?
Is it solar?
Solar tower, they say.
Solar
Tower. Through some convex lens and also heat, the brine solution, something, and in generating desserts and all they are doing, and vacant spaces like R&D.
See, I think in terms of for any MSME or anyone who wants to avail the green power, I think anyway the threshold the government has reduced now lately, like we can do in 500 kilowatt, I think. Earlier was 1 megawatt minimum. So anyone with the consumption beyond 500 kilowatt can avail through a group captive scheme energy. Right? So I think currently the trend is people set up solar parks, and like a large player like yourself is availing a group captive power. Any MSME can also avail the same. But obviously, if at a smaller scale, dedicated plants for them will not be practical. But you need a 5 megawatt or a 10 megawatt plant, which can give 1 megawatt, 2 megawatt, in a distributed way to multiple players. And there is no difference if I do solar. Wind anyway in Tamil Nadu has been there for ages. Group captive of wind only has been there for a while. Group captive of solar also has been there for a while, right? The battery also can come in with a group captive. That's not an issue. You can set up the battery where you, preferably where solar planted, because the cost of generation of solar is less than wind, and use it in the battery. And you can, anyway you have the connectivity. You're going to use the battery and our solar is not there. So you're not going to pay any additional connectivity charges. You can use the same connectivity, and no additional connectivity, no additional transmission network is required. And then you're also paying, when you pay for solar or wind, you're paid for 24/7 usage of the infrastructure. So there is no additional cost for supplying the battery power through that. So I think so there is the model of giving a round the clock or a hybrid or a solar plus BESS power is not different from a regular group captive solar or a group captive wind. And any MSME can avail it through a solar park concept under a group captive model. In terms of extents, I'm not familiar with this, I need to check this, but in terms of, see, if you go with a tracker, for example, right, you get more in the C1 and more in the C2 hours. Vis-a-vis the standard fixed generation. Right? To that extent, you can extend your solar generation. But I'm not aware of anything else where you can go beyond the hours of solar other than the use of battery. Only tracker can help. Definitely on the C1 hours and the C2 hours, tracker can give you more generation than a fixed.
And as Venkat has told, that's the difference between China and India. I too visited China recently. Where the huge number of solar panels, huge number of usage of power is gone to the public like anything there. And people are contributing like anything,
general awareness is also very much. Even though technically, knowledge-wise, and all we are saying, the government policies and all, so not so much ease, I feel. How can we take it forward here? That is another point we need to take.
Look at the PPP models, right? In case I was in Tata Power for a while, right? So if you take the Orissa story of Tata Power, the discount is done on a lot, right? So I think the whole PPP privatization of DISCOMs or moving to a PPP model in DISCOMs has definitely reduced the extent of wastage and the losses in the power distribution systems. And largely it's pilferage, it's nothing else, but I think that can be controlled with the private ownership.
So the policies Indian government is easing now. Earlier, if you see 5 years back, the policies, and if you see now, especially for solar, they are easing their policies. The thing is that awareness. See, if you have angry, you have to go to the food. The policies are there. Okay, you have to get in touch with the people who are working on those projects, and some consultants cash hold of them, and you get to know all those things. But that's how the people learn from each other. So there are some MSC are doing that becomes the name they're doing in big way. So we have to see somebody they're doing how they're doing. People are in general in India, people are helping. They share the information. You can do that. That is the advantage of India having more people in India. So that we do it. Somebody is not doing, we will do ourselves.
Thank you.
Okay. Quick question.
I am Tushar Rahate from Godrej Tooling, Mumbai. Sir, my question to Mr. Venkatramana. Sir, congratulations to you for having world's best cycle time for wheel manufacturing. You enlightened us by telling how you are making use of digitalization in your wheel manufacturing. And since your product has got a very large life cycle, few lakhs kilometers, so how you are sharing this data in use phase scenario for maintenance depots for making use of the digital data what you have?
As I told earlier, that we have a contract for 20 years with the Indian Railways. When we establishing in fact it's under commissioning, when we are preparing everything, so there is an agency from their side, there is a third-party agency from our side. So given stipulated guidelines are there. The information exchange has to be between these two parties to the railways. So that is the pre-project stage. During the supply stage, so we supply some wheels, they put into the service, and they observe those performance of those wheels. Parallelly, we have to meet some critical testing parameters for the wheels. That's called as a fatigue testing. So that though the wheels have been subjected to those kind of loads, we are given impulse for certain times. Once that gets passed, then only they will take the production supply from us. Otherwise, they will not take. So these all the guidelines are given. The information flow will be there. Then only they will approve. Otherwise, they will not approve. So the system is there. The third-party independent agencies are there, and of course, railways will keep on approving our documents time and day.
The kind of data that you are talking about, which is the runtime data, right? The only real way to do it is through actually asset linking. So yesterday we were coming in Chittapi from Bangalore, and there was a handle that fell off, and the guy went to the coach ID and took a photo of the coach with the handle, said, okay, this is broken. Yes. So why is he doing that? Basically, this is broken in this particular. But in your case, the wheel would basically, okay, this is on this particular coach. This coach was attached to this particular train. Took these many journeys on this particular route. You accumulate all of the data, and that's how you derive that data. Right? Now, do you have systems to be able to do it? At the moment, we don't. But that's really where everything is.
See, each wheel has got its unique identification, and the number goes to the coach, and the coach is being monitored. So that data will be maintained by railways only. We don't get, but they give the feedback to us. Okay, you are given certain number of wheels, they met these requirements. So from there we can assess what is our performance and how it is doing. So that traceability the railways will do from our traceability link.
Thank you everyone and thank you panel. Can we have a group photo please? We now move on to our final conversation of the day that is very important and that's why I kept it for the last. It's a fireside chat titled The Next Factory Debate, where we will be exploring two important themes: upskilling the workforce, closing the smart factory skill gap, and the AI-powered factory, how ethical implementation and data governance is taking importance. So, as throughout the day we have seen, as the manufacturing enters the era of smart factories, two powerful forces are reshaping the industrial landscape. And the first is the rapid integration of advanced technologies, and the second is the transformation of the workforce itself. The traditional operator is evolving into a digital technician who must work alongside intelligent machines, interpret data, and adapt to a rapidly changing system. This shift presents both opportunity and urgency. Across industries, organizations are grappling with widening skill gap while also trying to ensure that technologies are implemented responsibly, transparently, and securely. So to explore these questions, I'm delighted to be in conversation with Maya John, Chief Human Resource Officer at Agrathus, a Tata Group company, building the next generation battery manufacturing capabilities. Her perspectives will sit at the intersection of technology, talent, and organizational transformation. May I invite Maya to join me on stage for the conversation on the human side of smart factory. So, Maya, to begin with the manufacturing skill transition. Across industry, we hear about the widening skill gaps as factories becomes more digital. So, from your perspective, as a CHRO, how is the role of shop floor worker evolving, and from a traditional operator to a digitally enabled technician?
Thank you for the invitation and pleasure to be here. I think I was sitting in on the last two panel discussions, and there was a distinct call out that you can build a factory, you can get the machines, you can figure out the materials, but it finally comes down to people. So whatever said and done, that's at the heart of everything. And I think if you take the core definition of what we are calling Industry 5.0, different from Industry 4.0, the main thing being that worker well-being and worker skilling is at the heart of industrial operations. You would say that probably that's common sense. It's always been that. It's never been something else. But I think it's even more obvious now, even with so much of this digitization, automation, MES, IoT, everything. People are at the heart of it. I represent a Tata company called Agrathus. It's a new Tata baby. We are in the design, development and manufacturing of electric batteries for mobility and storage. So one of the privileges we have is because we are a new industry and trying to set up the battery industry from scratch in India and UK. We have the privilege to do things probably in the most sophisticated manner. But even I will admit that in the midst of all that sophistication, people are still at the heart of it. So there are no shortcuts. One is, there are three things that we see always: people, process, technology. These are three things that have to have a balance and have to move together. So if you have a factory that is hyper digitized, but you have a workforce that is not trained, it's a failure. If you have people who are trained and you have all the technology tools, but if you don't have processes for repeatability, scalability, again it's a failure. So people, process and technology is what we are seeing in the heart of it. And coming specifically to people, 2-3 things that we are looking. I think manufacturing being such a legacy industry, there's a lot of legacy views also about manufacturing or about a talent in manufacturing. In a lot of cases, people don't look at manufacturing as a cool place to be, right? I mean, they would probably rather join an IT company or some other place. But manufacturing is really cool. So that's one thing that we're trying to convey, that there are really cool jobs. You get to see things at the heart of it, you know, every component, every system. I mean, that's really, really exciting. And especially if you're an engineer or you're in the STEM side of things, there's nothing better. So one is attracting the right talent to the manufacturing space. Second is training. So in our case, for example, we are setting up a battery industry from scratch. So you don't have talent. And the second is, my favorite question I was going to ask, that can all the women engineers in this room please raise their hand?
Unfortunately,
there is none in this room, right? And this is representative of a lot of factories also. So we are opening up these stereotypes that, okay, who can do a manufacturing job? So there are these views of, okay, some jobs you have heavy lifting, or some jobs you have, multi-shift operations. We are trying to not look at it through these kind of stereotypical lens. So the beauty of a highly digitized factory is that it's a lot of machine assistance in your jobs. So the roles enable you to use your brain as much as use your hands, which is probably not the case. Maybe you were using your hands more earlier, maybe your brain didn't have to be used so much. So getting in a mixed workforce which is across ages, workforce from campuses, more women on the shop floor. So these are all also widening the definition of the talent in the factory. And last but not least, I think it's also more than just that job. I think in today's world, people are looking at who do I work for? What kind of company is this? Is it a company that is doing good things? Is it a company that is, impacting the country, impacting my neighborhood, impacting my state, whatever the definition is. So I think the companies are also required to be good citizens. I think just being a company doesn't work anymore because people have choice. They can join you or they can join somewhere else. So I think people aspects were always at the heart of it. I think now we've taken a full circle and come back and realize they're still at the heart of it. And so I would say attracting larger pool of talent, investing in that training, and helping them use their brain as much as their hands, which the digital factories really help you.
Okay, but Maya, you will also agree that the technology is moving faster than the workforce capability. So what strategies should organizations adopt to ensure continuous upskilling for the workforce rather than this one-time training programs?
So I think one time of anything doesn't work anymore because the technology is also progressing. Your customers' asks and requirements are also progressing. And so there is no static, like, okay, this is the one way we will make a battery. No, there will be many ways. So I think the answer is there in the question itself, and the baseline is continuous. That investment has to be there. I know one of the gentlemen mentioned CapEx, OpEx. It's the same view on people. If you take a CapEx view on people, okay, I just have to hire somebody once, put them on the shop floor, they will work. It doesn't work like that, right? So it's more an OpEx view. I'm just relating to the earlier panel of the person and their skills are a huge part of whatever product is coming out of that factory. So if you are putting money into machines, if you're putting money into the factory, if you don't invest that in the people also, it doesn't match. It doesn't match up and somewhere it will fail. So yeah.
Now, from Industry 4.0, we are Industry 4.0 wherein we talked about only automation. We are coming back to people as Industry 5.0. So there is a collaboration between human and the intelligent machine. So how can organizations design workplaces where automation enhances the human capability that you just spoke of rather than replacing it?
Yeah, I think there's a lot of fear about automation. The first is, will I lose my job? Can I work? Is my skill enough? Will my family suffer because now this company has decided to automate? So I think one is to explain what automation means, take people along. It should not be a fear, actually it should be really exciting. Because for example, let's take the last thread of a workforce, right? The operator, the one on the floor. You go from having to do maybe a highly physical job to a job where you are able to monitor and kind of bring some intelligence into what you're seeing and bring that expertise. Let's say you're a floor factory manager. It's a little bit of command and control type style, right? That's what it used to be. But now it's, do I have the time and the information to be more a mentor, to be somebody who can help my workforce be a better team, do their work better? So I think one is there is a underlying assumptions and misinterpretations of what a digitized factory means for the person. I think taking them along, explaining it, and also showing them the elevation of their individual job that happens when a factory gets digitized versus something that happens that a person does not need to be there. I think we are still away from the situation where we have factories without people. I know we are not far away from those situations, but I think that the soul of the factory is the people, and in my mind will always continue to be. So, yeah.
Next is about the industry academia collaborations. We always mention that the freshers are not fit for the factory work when they come out of the college. So, what kind of collaboration between industry and academia is necessary to close this gap, whether the internship programs or factory visits? What, in your opinion, will help bridge this gap?
I think there are three main people in this equation. There is industry, academia, and customers. So it's a kind of a cycle between these three stakeholders, because customers are defining what are the next versions of a product that you're working on. Industry is more pure, right? They're looking at the purity of that subject, and they're looking at what are the next evolutions of let's say, in our case, electrochemistry, anode, cathode. It's very pure in its approach and its kind of study. And industry, which is the factories, are kind of trying to translate, okay, what does my customer need and how do I do it the best way? Will not underscore the opportunity to partner between these three. For example, if I take Agrata's, in Bangalore, we are in a couple of months, we will be having the largest battery R&D lab in India. Now, this R&D lab is not just Agrata's or not just Tata's, it is for India, right? So our dream is that we have hundreds and thousands of students who can also come and see the lab and learn a few things, and kind of take away and get inspired. The other one is school children. I mean, they are the next generation for the country. So we are engaging with a lot of school children. I mean, we may not see that benefit tomorrow, but maybe 5-10 years from now, these kids hopefully get inspired and take up STEM, take up industrial and manufacturing space. So yes, it takes a village. I think the three main characters are there, but it's about our kids in schools, colleges, and of course our employees themselves, because they also need continuous, as we discussed, training and upskilling.
Yeah, you're right. Actually, it is not, the education and the preparation should not start by only at the college, but from the school levels. For example, in China, Instead of picnic, what they do is industry factory visits. That's what they do. So the children are aware of what's happening in a factory, how factory works, how things are made. So that kind of an enthusiasm, if we can build up in children, that would be much better in terms of, they kind of getting into the crux of how and why. That's, so coming to the AI powered factory, so we all know that AI is encompassing everything right now. And it is being used for the predictive maintenance in a smart factory. So from a people and governance perspective, what challenges arise when AI begins to influence operational decisions?
So I think there's a power struggle, right, between the human being and the machine. Like, who's the boss? Am I your boss, or you're my boss? So I think as long as this is clear as to what is the purpose of data, what is the purpose of predictive indications, and who's interpreting that data, because at the end of the day, that floor, plant manager or that station manager is interpreting the data that is coming to them. They're getting signals, so which they wouldn't get earlier, probably, if it was not digitized. But the decisioning and interpretation of that information is still being done by the leaders on the floor. So if that role is clear, then this thing of, okay, will AI do something to me? That kind of thing won't even come into the picture, because it is, what is the purpose of that data? What is the purpose of those autonomous systems, and how do they interact? So, for example, in our battery factory, we have AGVs, autonomous guided vehicles. They are doing heavy lifting job. They're taking something from A to B, B to C. But where they go, when they go, and how they go is still decided by the floor manager. Right? So we will never have an AGV that decides for itself where to go. So I think it's sometimes it's a little bit of the hype of, okay, AI will do everything. That's not the case. AI is there for a purpose, data is there for a purpose, and that's how they're using it. So I think in that context, this tension doesn't arise as to will they do that, who's they, right? And it's data.
Now, there is a trust factor which is also there. Employees need to trust the systems they work with. So how can organizations ensure transparency and accountability when it is an AI-driven decision making in the manufacturing?
I think trust is a big word, and trust goes before the factory also. Actually, it is about the company. So, do I trust the company I work with? Do I trust that they have given me this job so that I can do it well, that I will get trained for it, that I can grow in it? So if that view is there, then anything you're trying to implement, changes you're trying to make, is taken in that lens. But if there is distrust in the company itself, then any action the company takes, even however good intention it may be, will always be misinterpreted. So I think that the building of trust is important at every level for interpretation of decisions that are taken, and trust builds through, co-creation. Trust builds through conversations. Trust builds through you say you'll do it, do something, and you do that. So I think it's a larger question of trust. I feel it begins at the company level itself. And if you do trust the company, then at least you go into something saying, okay, this is being done with a good intention, and also taking care of my role and how I will, be part of that. Yeah.
So, what's the role of HR? How do you define the role of HR in this embedding this culture, or awareness in the workforce when it comes to an AI-driven smart factory?
I think the HR function is held, or hopefully always, to a higher standard. That us in the function role model. So not only we talk about what the company is, but we also, our behavior also matches what we are trying to say. So I think role modeling of the HR team as to what the company stands for, behavioral expectations, all of that is the number one thing. Second is to, your decisions, because HR is typically in the room and a lot of people decisions are being made. And does the function have the courage to say what needs to be said? So for example, in the company, if I saw a room like this, where we have a full room, but we don't have the mix of talent that we should have, will I speak up? Will I say that, hey, this looks great, but this isn't complete? What are we doing to invest in that? So I think there's a lot of courage that is required of the function. A lot of times we do stand up for that. Sometimes we're human beings, so we don't. But the problem is when we don't, then it's company decisions that get taken and the impact of that is very high. So I think that courage element is very important. Third, I think, is presence. So you can't remote manage people, right? You have to be where they are. So if you are running a factory, the HR team has to be in the factory, has to be with the worker, has to be with the plant managers, understanding what's going on here, what's working well, what's not working well. So remote control, yarn type HR never works, and in a factory, though, it absolutely doesn't work. So I think these are some basic, expectations of the function.
What will define a truly successful smart factory, not just in terms of technology, but how it empowers people?
I come back to what I said in the beginning. I think this people, process, and technology partnership is very, very important. And there has to be a balance. So if you overdo or underdo any of these three pieces, then effectively the factory doesn't move forward into the next phase. So I know by virtue of my function, I'm very passionate about the people side, but I'll also say if we don't do enough on the process and technology piece, then as a collective, we don't move forward. I'll just end this question by saying that I'm so excited by the talent we have in the country, so excited by the opportunities that we can give, and by the fantastic work that Indian companies, I just heard some examples even in the last session, Indian companies are doing. And it's really, really fantastic, and we are just stepping into that arena from a battery standpoint, but we are learning so much from peers and counterparts in the industry as well. So if there was a time to be, today maybe because of other things or this week maybe a little bit of an anomaly, but those things come and go. I don't worry about it. I think, but it's amazing to be in the manufacturing space. Our intent is that we inspire a lot of the kids also to come into manufacturing in the next couple of years. Yeah.
Are you planning any initiatives for this kind of initiation for the kids?
Yes. So we already have a partnership with hundreds of schools across Gujarat, primarily to start with because our factory is in Gujarat. But that will extend beyond to rest of the country. I think also being part of a larger group, the Tata Group, there's already a lot of good work that's happening. So we will obviously add on to that space with the children.
Okay. Finally, any message to the audience from an HR perspective and a smart factory perspective?
I think I will just say I'm very inspired by the sessions that I was hearing. I think one thing I will say about manufacturing leaders and manufacturing teams there's a lot of passion. Because you can't, maybe you're writing a code, you can redo it and you can, do a lot of things. But manufacturing is, where the truth hits, at the ground. So I really admire that passion, and we obviously are looking to grow the team. So please have good talent, talk to them about Agratas as well. or inspire your family or kids in college also to look at this space. But yeah, I would say as a collective, I mean, I just keep the company aside, but as a collective, I think it's a very, very exciting space for the country and lots to be done. And maybe all the drama that's happening in the world, maybe this is our time to shine on manufacturing. Yeah.
Thank you, Maya, for your perspectives. Any questions to Maya? I suggest thank you, Maya, and thank you, audience. That's the end of the 6th edition of Smart Factory Summit. Thank you everyone who joined us, and thank you for being here. Wonderful. And I hope all of you will nominate your plant heads for our anniversary editions. Please note, if you haven't scanned the QR code, please let us know. We will send you information regarding that. Thank you once again.